You are watching Co-op for Two, broadcasting live from Champaign, Illinois, October 4th, Wednesday evening at 11 p.m. And today we're playing a Deadbolt Mystery Society box called The Unmarked Grave, our second game in October, where we're trying to play lots of spooky, scary, Halloween-themed games. Let me check in with the chat, see how everyone's doing. Jonathan has mentioned his book club, discussion club. This is what they're reading. I just read the first chapter and loved it. It's a very sort of classical Victorian age setup of an imposter, but it's quite nice. It's sort of it feels like one of these cozy English countryside mystery games, classics, not games, stories. Okay, seems like we've got some of the normal people here, as well as Izara Alabaksh from, I assume, a Middle Eastern country. I don't know. Let us know. Okay, a little bit of bookkeeping before we get started today. I do want to remind you that on Sunday, I'm doing something quite special and unusual. Isara says from Trinidad and Tobago, the Caribbean. Okay, on Sunday, I will be doing my first game development live stream, Sunday at noon Central Standard Time. And I'll be talking about High and Low, the narrative mystery detective game that I've been working on, set in New York City in the 1930s, sort of a noir version of Sherlock Holmes Consulting Detective. I'd love to have lots of help with that, collaborators either writing stories, writing cases, or even just playtesting, art, all sorts of stuff. So I'll be talking about the game. That'll be my first video, and then I'll do them once a month or so. I'll be talking mainly focused on the game, but also looking at the design of games in this genre as a whole, and what can we learn from them, stuff like that. So I hope you will join me for that one. And we'll be playing a bunch of mystery games, some deluxe unusual ones this month. And if you want to help figure out the schedule for that, you can visit the Board Game Geek Guild for this channel. There's a link to that on the About page. anyone else up to anything interesting that they want to talk about before we get started? I hope you guys will. I'm not great at remembering to ask people about themselves and stuff, but I would love to hear about you. If you're working on any projects, especially if you're working on any creative, interesting projects, please feel free to talk about them when you join the channel. Say, here's something I'm working on, here's something I made, here's some music I made, whatever. Feel free to share it. Okay, anything else? I did give homework last couple of times to watch a movie called Reptile that just came out on Netflix with Benicio del Toro, which feels to me like you can see it's a real, I mean, it's a great movie and a real police procedural, and has some real elements that almost feel like mystery police procedural game elements. Like there's certain sensibility of the writer and director to spend generous amounts of time on scenes that demonstrate real police procedural stuff. Shazner says, I'm working on a trick-taking card game and also some game development. That's wonderful. I'd like to hear more about it. The Guild on Board Game Geek. I mean, Board Game Geek is a great forum for all things board games, lots of discussions about game design and stuff. So please do feel free, if you're working on a project, not just talk about it in the chat, but make a post about it. You can make a post about it on the Guild for this channel or somewhere else and just link to it from the Guild. But this is an eclectic group that likes talking. And nothing would make me happier if the people who watch this channel got together on Board Game Geek to discuss other projects that they're working on and help each other. All right. So Jonathan Warner, who's I will defer to when he wants to play something, has picked up this game for us, the Unmarked Grave. This is a 2022 Deadbolt Mystery Society game, ranked at 6.5 difficulty, which is about average for the games. And I don't know much more about it, except that I know that there's some recurring sort of characters or businesses in Deadbolt Mystery Society, and I believe this is one of the ones that their supernatural group works on. I don't know if that means it'll be supernatural themed. Okay, so we've got our normal instructions to read everything, use the QR codes, talk to the Facebook group if you get stuck. Hint files. We've never had to use a hint so far. I believe this makes every 5 of the Deadbolt Mystery Society boxes we play, I do a review, a little roundup of the last 5. And I think this makes another 5 with this one. All right, so let's get our evidence out of this box. I can see we've got the collector card, some sort, and sticker. These are never useful for the game. They're just add-ons. But we've got a little keychain here. Now, you know when you get a keychain of someone, it doesn't bode well for them. So this person is probably not with us anymore. Okay, a little QR code that we'll want to listen to play. It looks like it might be multimedia related. Let me just put these, get everything out of the box for us here. Okay. So we've got a beginning brief, a whole bunch of photos and miscellaneous stuff. And then we've got 3 envelopes. Do not open until instructed. Do not open until instructed. Do not open until instructed. Okay, so 3 envelopes we're not supposed to open yet. Beginning brief, keychain, and some photos and postcards. All right, well, I guess we start with the beginning. All right, let's see. You are Christina Noble, prospective new member of Stalk. So you're Christina Noble. I've heard a lot about you. You want to be a member of our group, eh? Everybody wants to be a ghost hunter now that those shows are so popular on TV. Well, this is your shot, I suppose. Cedric told me he called you out here to show what you've got. He mentioned that you come from a long line of psychics and clairvoyants. Just what we need around here, another know-it-all. I'm kidding, of course. This wasn't even supposed to be an investigation. Funny how quickly things change. Consider this your tryout. My name is Michael Nichols, and I'm part of the paranormal investigation group known as Stalk. My friends call me Mikey. You can too. I hold the distinction of being the resident skeptic of the group. That's why they keep me around. Well, that and the fact that my girlfriend Lisa is also a member. I don't mind manning the equipment, documenting the readings on the various meters, and charting everything. All of that is based on hard data, not weird feelings. Cold spots are just a good old case of the heebie-jeebies. I deal in facts, so that's where my contribution to the group is strongest. So here's the deal. The four of us decided to go camping in East Haven Forest. Sounds like a great idea, right? It was until we stumbled upon a dead body in the woods. That's where things got weird. I wanted to immediately call the police. Cedric thought we should try to use our paranormal investigative techniques to see if we could learn anything about the person before we phoned it in. Cedric's argument was that the guy wasn't going to get any deader if we took a few hours to check things out. Technically, he's right. From the look of things, this guy has been dead for months, maybe longer. Reluctantly, I agreed. It's hard to tell much about the body. It's been out here a while, and none of us have any forensic experience. So it's difficult to determine what really happened to this person. The only thing we are reasonably certain of is that the body is that of an adult male. The clothes indicate that. A keychain was found with the body. Since the victim was male and the keychain shows a picture of a woman, I'd assume that there's a wife out there who has no idea what happened to her husband. Poor woman. Each of us will conduct our own part of the investigation, see what we all have to say first, and try to put the pieces of this mystery together. Okay, Stalk is some paranormal ghost hunter group, and maybe we're going to hear about it at some, have it spelled out. What does this say? Stalk, supernatural trackers, annihilators, and light keepers. Okay, and we can see our assignment here is to find the last name of our lead suspect. All right, so it said, find out what you know, and there's our keychain. So the dead body is an adult male, and he's got a keychain of someone close to him, or a keychain dropped by our killer. All right, so here are the different members of Stalk. Lisa, Noble, Anna, and Mikey. That's the guy writing to us as Mikey, the skeptic. Let's start with him. Like I told you earlier in my introduction, hard data and facts are what I deal in, which means I handle a lot of the electronics and equipment. I'm pretty good with computers and systems, but the task at hand requires a lot more expertise than I'm capable of. Over the years, we've crossed paths with a hacker named Fluke3. Despite hacking the VFPD servers several times over the years, Fluke3 generally works on the right side of the law, or at least the side that leads to justice. She owes us a favor and will help. Once we know the parameters to search for, we can have Fluke3 pull a series of photos from the database and send them over to me. Use the parameters that apply in the order they appear from the list to have Fluke3 get us our search results. So this is a puzzle. We need the parameters in this order: male, female, Caucasian, black, Latino, Asian, facial scars, facial tattoos, facial hair. Parameters that apply in the order they appear from the list. Okay, well, we obviously don't have enough to solve that yet. All right, so he's got an assignment for us. Now, his girlfriend was Lisa. See what she has. She has a puzzle too. I think we should do an EVP session and see if the dead man's spirit can tell us anything about what happened to him. Who knows? Maybe we'll get lucky. I feel so bad for the victim. He was killed senselessly, and to judge by that keychain, he has someone waiting for him at home. How sad. Okay, a little bit of multimedia. I guess we could try to do these in order. I'm having, my gut is telling me this person is not the grieving wife at home, but our killer. That's my gut. Can we zoom in on her? Is she got anything on her that makes us suspicious of her? I mean, she's in a field of purple flowers with a flower dress, so she likes flowers. She's cute. She's got a good sense of fashion. She's got a purse. That's all we can really see. Okay. Now, let us start listening to some of this multimedia. Now, I forgot Deadbolt occasionally does multimedia, and sometimes we have a little bit of trouble with that, but let's see if we can get it to work. All right. All right, let's see if we can both hear this.
I'm trying to speak to the spirit of the man who died here.
Okay, hold on, I gotta pause it because I can't hear it. Let's see.
I'm trying to speak to the spirit of the man who died here. Are you with us? Is that you? If that's you, make a sound for me. Okay, great. I just want to know what happened to you. Can you tell us anything about how you died?
Forest. Ritual. Photo. Chase. Stab. Tree. Death.
Okay, that was terrifying. And we have to do it again. He said a bunch of words. All right, now it's scary. Oh, I guess we gotta listen to it again. Here we go.
I'm trying to speak to the spirit of the man who died here. Are you with us?
So, crinkling papers.
Is that you? If that's you, make a sound for me.
It was like a candy wrapper. And then he knocks 3 times, right?
Okay, great. I just want to know what happened to you. Can you tell us anything about how you died?
Forest. Ritual. Photo. Chase. Stab. Tree. Death.
Okay, so here's what I got from that. It's a crinkling papers like wrappers. And then 3 knocks. And then what he says is, I believe he says, forest, ritual, photo, chase, stab, tree, and death. So 7 words. I believe those are the 7 words. Let me know if you think I misheard one of those. The first one wasn't clear to me at first. At first, like, for the ritual, but I think he was saying forest ritual. Forest ritual, photo chase, stab, tree, death. Okay, we've got them right and in the right order. All right, that was very creepy, Lisa. So one thing that we should point out is that most of the Deadbolt Mystery Society boxes are not supernatural. There may often be a hint of there being supernatural people who believe in supernatural, but they're not. I believe one of the clever things that these brothers who run Deadbolt Mystery Society has done is that they've said, I believe that when they have the stalker cases, I think that means they're allowed to have real supernatural elements to them, because obviously they're really hearing some voices from the dead here. So we've got a supernatural case involved. And if we look at this for a second, 2, 3, 4, there's more than 7. Do all of these words start with letters here? No. Okay. I don't think those are related. And we don't have anything to use those words with. So let's move along. Chasm said, I immediately thought the first letters would spell something, but it looks like not. It may be, the puzzle may come out very simple now. Okay, so Christina Noble, that's us. This is us. Prospective stalk member and the person whose identity you are assuming for this case. Interesting. Okay. I know I'm just here on a trial basis and that I'm not an official member of the group yet. I also know Anna is the psychic of the group, but I have a few gifts too. My mother was a psychic and her mother was a psychic. I've inherited some of that sensitivity, which is why I'm picking up on a few things from that keychain. I think these impressions are distinct and different from the ones Anna is getting. I keep hearing sounds every time I pick up the keychain. Best I can tell, this is what is being said. Sacken ents followed by the word ring. Few and pre along with the word lips. I also have a distinct feeling that this information won't be used until later in the case. I think there are other parts to this that I'm not picking up yet. We definitely need more information to figure out what this all means. So this is a puzzle. She keeps hearing sounds when she picks up the keychain. So are we seeing like partial words? Is this like, is that ASC? Ring lips. I think there are partial words related to this. Ring and lips. Okay. All right. Well, let's put that. That's with the keychain. And then she's mentioning Anna. And she says, what does she say about what Anna can figure out? She says, I think these impressions are distinct and different from the ones Anna is getting. Okay, let's see what Anna says then. She's the psychic. The only thing I know for sure is that there's a lot more to this death than meets the eye. This wasn't a simple animal attack or death by misadventure. This man was murdered, that much I'm certain of. I'm getting a lot of different visions whenever I touch the victim's keychain, but I'm certain they're jumbled. Putting them in the right order might help tell the story of what happened out here. I'm also getting the distinct impression that something has been hidden out here. It belongs to the victim, but I don't know where it was hidden. Okay. So she says it's murder. She touches the keychain. She gets lots of visions, but they're jumbled. They need to be put in the right order, which sounds like this guy's puzzle about the right order. He says, get them in the order they appear from the list. Okay. And something's been hidden. It belongs to the victim. All right. Maybe it's time we do this. Let's see if there's any. I think this is what someone's getting from the keychain. So maybe this was our other psych, maybe us. All right, let's do this one. Boy, that one was creepy, that previous one. All right, here we go. Okay. I wonder why the audio goes off. Let's try it again. Running. All right, that sounds like the words that he was saying, right? Like, let's do it again. So there's running, chase, right? So that chase came first. Although that says 4. I see, right? That was the 4th word he uttered. Okay. Whoops. Then there was a dead hand. Back a little bit. Let's see. Where's my full? I could turn it so you can see it better. Let's see. Does that work for you? Okay, so I think this was the second. This is probably death, right? This is death, which was the second photo mentioned, but with the number 1. Okay. Okay, and then is this going to be photo? So this is photo, which was the printed with a number 6 on it. Oops. So forest was next with the number 7 on it. That looks like ritual, which was, what number do we call that on there? Looks like an upside down 2. I'm going to put a tentative 2 on there since the 2 hasn't been used yet. All right, what's this though? Stab or tree? I don't, and here's another one with a weird number, not relevant for us. What does that mean? What is that? That's a tree, you think? Okay, well, if that's a tree, what number is that? 5? Is that an upside down 5? We haven't seen a 5 yet either. Okay, let's keep going. There's a phone in that picture too. Is that the phone that's missing in the forest that we have to find? I wonder. Okay, there's a whoops, a stabbed 3 and then a running 4. So a stabbed 3. Oh, I see. It's a chase, but we already got a chase. Oh, wait, it rewound? Is that what happened? It rewound. It rewound. Okay, so this last thing was a stab, which was 3. Okay. So then that confirms everything we guessed about the 2 backwards ones being a 2 and a 5, because those are the only so the 2 that had numbers that were hard to read, ignore this. This was just the order we saw it in. So the ritual one had an upside down 2. Call that upside down. And then the tree one seemed to have an upside down 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So each of these in the words he spoke has a number that we see it in our visions here, I guess, that Anna saw. And the other thing I wanted to mention was it looked like there was a phone in a tree stump. Maybe we're led to believe there's something of the victims hidden that they can't find. And Tina says they weren't upside down. They were regular 2s and 5s. Okay, they didn't look regular to me. I guess that is a regular 5. I guess that's a regular 5. I guess that's a regular 2. It just looks weird. Okay. So if we put these in the right order, we get death, ritual, stab, chase, tree, photo, forest. Those aren't going to spell anything like that. But does it answer this question? Not really. Use the parameters and apply in the order they appear. Okay, but is it just going to be this? No. How about this? Hey, look at this for a second. Anna says there's something hidden out there in the woods related to the case. I've looked around, I haven't really found anything. If you figure out where I need to look, let me know and I'll check it out. Do you know where I should search? I think this is the tree. I think it's from that photo we saw. Hidden in one of the photos, which was clearly talking about orders. I think that mobile phone was in a tree. So should we try that? And is it true that we don't know, like we've got this weird speaking voice, but we don't really have any. This is the only, we've got 2 puzzles. One is about the parameters to search for. These feel like we could put these in an order that would spell something. We knew what it was trying to spell. We can work on that later. And then this seems related to this puzzle. So we don't really know what to do with our spoken word puzzle. Let's do this one though. And Tina, our little chat pro here, says go for this one, and then the code we found out is going to be how to access the phone. I think that's a very good guess. Okay, let's do this then. Where they should search. No caps, no spaces. Okay, so here's going to be our PDF. Now, do we just type tree? Is it just tree that's the answer? tree stump, inside tree. What happened here? It looks like it got confused about something. Let's try again. Okay, so do we think it's just TREE? One of the difficulties with using PDFs, which is what they use, password encrypt PDFs, is you can't have it ever take two different answers. So let's just try tree. Yes, okay. When you are unable to provide any additional details, Cedric shrugs his shoulders and sighs. Fine, let's just start looking. After examining all of the trees in the nearby vicinity, Cedric finally calls out, I found it! You rush over to him and see him holding a cell phone that he pulled from within the rotted core of a hollowed out tree. Everyone watches as Cedric rummages through a bag of gear until he produces a portable battery and a suitable charging cable. After an eternity of waiting, he tries the power button on the side of the phone. Suddenly, the screen blinks to life. Would you look at that? After all this time, it turned on, Cedric says. Now, the only problem is figuring out this guy's passcode. Maybe Anna's vision holds clues about how to unlock it. Okay, so that's exactly what Antina figured out. All right, let me close these other ones from our previous Deadbolt game. Okay, let me remove the protection so that we can access this again. Okay, so we can open the envelope now. So far, so good. Let's see what the phone. It seems like this is going to be exactly what Antina said. The passcode to the phone. Okay, that's pretty cute. All right, let's put these things away that we don't need anymore. Okay, so it's just a little phone. And we need to know the passcode. So I'm assuming these are the numbers that were on the slides in the photos. So I assume we just do them in the order he spoke them. So 7264351, I assume, is his passcode. 7264351. So this is confirmation at about the length of the code. He's using a very 7-digit code. It's pretty serious. Okay, this is cute. This is very cute. And Tina says Delia had the same idea about the words being the passcode. Okay, here we go. Scanning this in. Okay. So 7264351. That was it. Whoa, there's our dead guy, I guess. That's his lock screen. Okay, that's a little scary. This one feels a little bit scary. All right. Is that all that we're gonna get here? What? That's it. Okay, that's scary. But is this gonna help us answer this? So, does this mean that the answer to this is M for male, and then he's either Caucasian or Latino? So let's say C or L. And then he doesn't seem to have any facial scars, but he does, or tattoos, but he does have facial hair, FH. So is this what we're looking at? MLFH? ML. H. Okay. All right, well, let's try it. We gotta get justice for this guy, I guess. Anything else about his face that we want to remember? Brown eyes. Doesn't seem relevant for us yet. All right, let's see if we can do this. It says the laptop unlock, but it's not a lap. Well, what is this? What are we doing here, actually, before we put this in? What exactly are we thematically doing it? Photos from the database. I see. We're asking for information about this guy, I guess. Okay, so we're going to give his information. I don't know why it's called laptop unlock. Okay, so we think it's MLFH. No. How about male Caucasian FH? Yes. Okay, so he was Caucasian, not Latino. That's what I did right. It was either Caucasian or Latino. Okay. Here we go. Let's see what we got. Compare the photo you found on a hidden cell phone with the suspects from Fluke 3's search. Determine the name of the man in the picture. Okay. So is it this guy in the upper right, Ryan Mudderman? Shazner said top left. It's Tony Ramos. Well, it's good fun that we have a disagreement. Let's see who's got the best instincts for picking out faces. First one, says Delia. Okay, both of you say it's the first one. All right. Let's see. Is it Tony Ramos? Let's switch between these. Okay, brown eyes. He's got a cleft between his eyebrows. He's got a little mark here. Salt and pepper in his things. Okay. So where's our... Oh, I guess it's still in this. Okay, so... I wish this was a little bit better at this. This PDF reader is not the best at certain things. Okay. So here's his face. That feels a little harsh to me. I feel like it was the top right guy, not the top. Oh, this thing. MCFH. This is so deadly with its re-protecting passwords. Okay, so you guys thought it was top left, but I think, well, this guy has a black mark on his chin. I don't think our guy had a black mark. So maybe you were right. Maybe it was top left. I mean, he's got a little indent. Maybe he does have a black mark. How are we going to decide between the two? Let's look at his, under his lip. He's got a little bit of a goatee. That guy's got the goatee. What about this guy on the upper left? I guess. It doesn't look like him to me. His face is, his skin is too smooth. Okay. You guys think this guy? No. Okay, look, this guy has no ridge between his eyes, on his bridge of his eyebrows and nose. That guy's certainly not. And he has no goatee thing. This guy has no ridge between his eyebrows. So it feels to me like it's definitely no ridge between eyebrows. It's definitely among our left and right. guy. So one guy's out, one guy's still in jail. So this guy's in jail. So I don't think it's him. So I think it's this guy. Okay, look at this guy's ridge. They go like this, right? They both go out from the ridge comes down. But this guy has asymmetric ridge. Okay, he's got one on the left and the other one at an angle. So if we look at our guy here, we can't tell. In fact, you can't even tell if he's got a ridge. I don't know why I was so set on him having a ridge. This is surprisingly more challenging than I thought. I don't know why I was so sure he had ridge. Feels like incarcerated, paroled, not available. So really only these three. Only these three should be out. Shazmer says 100% top right. Yeah, well, top right was my instinct too. But with those eyes, his eyes are the eyes that gave it away. Okay, so we think it's Ryan Mudderman. Let's write down his information. Okay, maybe I'll do it on this. So, Ryan Mudderman. His number is 17-46398. 46398. Paroled. Okay. Compare the photo you found on the hidden cell phone with the suspects from Fluke 3 search. Determine the name of the man in the picture. All right, so that's it. We've got our guy's name. Now, but we don't know the lead suspect, right? Or is this is our suspect, I guess. I thought this was going to be our man, but I guess we're now being led to believe that our guy took a photo of his killer, maybe. Delia wants to check is not convinced. I guess we're going to find out soon enough. But if we check beard pattern, this cuts off here, but yeah, I feel like this guy on the right has a little more salt and pepper in his beard, which matches this guy better. He's got a little white streak on the right, which seems to match this guy having a little white streak on the right. All right, I think we've got our guy. It is interesting to see what you could notice about someone's eyes and face, though. His eyes look a little different, too. Okay, anyway, everyone agrees top right. All right, so we know his name now. So I was thinking that was the phone, that the photo we saw on the phone here was the guy who's killed. I would have liked it if when they saw the photo, they said, that's not our guy, or if we got some description of our dead body that let us know that wasn't him. But now I think what we're being led to believe is that he's taken a photo of his killer. Given that, it feels like we can answer this question. So let's try it. But let's remember, we still haven't solved this puzzle. But she does have information. I have a feeling this is not used until later. Okay, so a little bit of a hint about that. All right, let's see if we can get this open. Okay, so our lead suspect's last name, we say, whoops, sorry, you weren't seeing that. Okay, we say it was Ryan Muddiman, so Muddiman. Got him. All right, good work with the photo identification. Where is it here? Okay, once Fluke 3 is able to search the police database using the proper parameters, you determine that the man in the photo is Ryan Muddiman. From there, it's easy enough to find out that Ryan works at Collins Hardware. You and the stock group head there in search of answers. You spot Ryan at the back of the store stocking hammers. He's a gruff, rugged-looking man, but he crumbles when you ask him about what he was doing in East Haven Forest. You show him the picture of himself, fill him in on all you discovered, and threaten to go to the police if he doesn't explain. Look, I'm new to all this, he says. Please don't go to the cops. None of this is what you think. Are you familiar with the Scourge? You nod affirmatively. Everyone who lives in Valley Falls is aware of the Scourge. It's a social club whose members happen to be serial killers. Okay, good. Well, I'm a part of a secret group called the Shepherds. We oppose the Scourge. We track down and eliminate members of the group. We're vigilantes who do what the police can't. Yes, we did kill the man in the woods. What you don't know is he was actually the serial killer known as the Nightcrawler. He preyed on innocent women. And that keychain you found, well, that wasn't his wife or girlfriend in the photo. That was my wife, Angie. The Nightcrawler killed her and kept the keychain as a trophy. You don't feel so sorry for him now, do you? I joined the Shepherds because I wanted revenge. The group actually recruited me because they knew my story and thought I'd be a good fit. The night that picture was taken was when I avenged Angie's death. When asked why you shouldn't go to the cops about this, Ryan sighs and runs a hand through his hair. Well, we did a bad thing, but for the right reasons. We took a killer off the streets. Police sure didn't get justice for my wife. But I think we did. If you think that's something that deserves justice, then by all means, turn us in. Or maybe I could give you some inside intel instead. The other group members would kill me if they knew, well, figuratively speaking. But if it keeps you from exposing us, then I think that's a necessary evil. I have an envelope. I have an envelope that I'll give you. Contents of this envelope contain the details on how to obtain information about our next target. If you make contact with my wife and pass on a message to her, I'll give you the envelope. All you have to do is provide some proof that you've really spoken to her. Find out my nickname for her and the information is yours. Just tell Angie I love her and I'm sorry I couldn't protect her. Here are some dates to help you contact Angie. March 25th was the date of our first date. April 2nd was the date of our first kiss. June 12th, the date of our engagement. July 6th, the date of our wedding. Once Ryan mentions the dates and the significance of them, Anna clutches her head and grabs the keychain. She's trying to contact her now. Christina, I know you got two distinct impressions from this earlier, she says, addressing you specifically. I'm getting two more now. I'm hearing inly and lead and the word date and al and s and the word val. Okay. So this is an interesting turn of events, a little twist. We actually found his killer, but now he tells us the story. Okay. And this is his wife here, who's he avenged. All right, so I think we're done with all that. So this was the part that she heard, that we heard. This is us, Christina. All right. So let's just get a close up on that for a second. ASCNCE. ASCNCE. Followed by the word ring by itself. I think that means a solid word. And then FEIWPRI and the word lips. Okay, and then from this, okay, and from this, she says, I know you got two distinct impressions from this earlier. These are the two impressions. Now she's getting two more. She gets INLI and wed and the word date. And then her second impression is an AL, an SS, and the word vow. So kind of feels like maybe these are lined up. This was an LED. Okay. So let us look at this for a second. Our first woman gets two sets, partial word, full word. Our second woman gets two sets, partial word, full word, partial, full. Now, do these connect like this? They don't run in a row, but is this an anagram if we... So ring date... Ring date could be engagement, right? So if you look at this, this could be the engagement date. And then what about lips and vow? That's the wedding date, right? So 1, 2, 3, 4. Do we have 4 more dates? No, we just have 2 more. That's because they combine. So I think these are going to combine to get a word. And that would give us 4. We've only got 2 more things. So I wonder if either they're going to combine this way or this way, but probably this way. So probably we've got 2 more dates. So one of these is going to combine to give us the date of the first kiss. And one of them is going to combine to be the first date. 4 pieces are going to combine to give us the first date and 4 pieces the first kiss. Is it an anagram or do they string together? P-R-I, A-S-C-A-L, Ascal. But N-C-E, that's missing letters. I mean, in the middle, that's not going to ring together. So the chat may have the answer to this, but I'm not going to look in the chat yet. Let's think about it for a second. Let's go to this here. Okay, ring date, lips, and vowel. Maybe I'm trying to combine the, maybe I shouldn't be combining these together. Maybe that doesn't make sense. Maybe ring. Maybe this is for, okay, so this was wrong. This is going to be first date. This is going to be first kiss. This is going to be engagement, and this is going to be wedding. Okay. So this set is engagement. This set is first kiss. This set is first date. And this set is wedding. Those are our 4 dates. So that makes sense now. Okay. So given that this is engagement, first kiss, first date, and wedding. What do we then do with that information? We would put it here. So I think this is the puzzle we're going to do, but we need one word from that. Or do we need one set of numbers? Why do we have dates here? Are we going to use the letters in that word? March 25th was first date. Is it that if this is the first date, which is the one that's most obvious? Let's take ring for engagement. So this is June 12. The first kiss is April 2nd. The first date was March 25th. And the wedding was July 6th. Okay. Now, I see. Find her nickname. But this doesn't have a puzzle for us to enter. Find out my nickname for her. So I think first we have to contact her by solving this puzzle. And then she's going to tell us her nickname for her. I think. Or this gives us the nickname. But how do we make sense out of this? This one seems the shortest stuff to work for. If I'm right that these all go together, which I'm not convinced they do all go together. And clearly vow is wedding, date is first date, ring is engagement, lips is first kiss. It's not clear what to do with that though. If we figured out ring goes with engagement, and we know that the engagement is June 12th, how does that help us? How does that help us answer a puzzle? ALSS. Hmm. I don't want to look at the chat because I don't want to get the answer yet. Well, it's been a while since we since we had one of our thinking breaks where we set the clock up. Just having a hard time figuring out, like, okay, if we use these as anagrams and found words, I still don't know what to do about it. How to put these in as answers. So he wants us to tell us his nickname for her, but he doesn't give us a puzzle to put that in. We have one puzzle. It's this, which seems to be suggesting that when we solve this, we'll know what to put here. And then that will get us contact with her, and she'll tell us the answer for this and let us open an envelope. Unfortunately, that gives us no clue as to the format of this. They're all different lengths. This could spell lass. Lass is the only word you could really spell with this. It doesn't seem like it's it. And even if it was, what would we do with it? It does seem like from this a pretty hard suggestion that these are in groups. ASC and NCE followed by the word ring. So it absolutely does seem like these two go with this, these two go with this, these two go with this. Why is the date important to us? Date, kiss, engagement, wedding. Is this an anagram? Is the date, kiss, engagement, wedding just giving us the order of things? So 1, 2, 3, 4. And by the way, I don't think we need this on the screen anymore. Hmm. If it's order, it's first date, which would be 1, first kiss, which would be 2, engagement, which would be 3, wedding, which would be 4. That's important. Are they incomplete words? So this would be like once, and this would be what, though? ASC, if it's an incomplete word, what word would it be? They're obviously not just one letter missing. Is there even a word with FEIW in the middle of it? Wife? Oh, it's been an hour and 10 minutes. Rather than look at the chat for the answer, I think what we'll do is we'll take a little break here. Everyone can have some time to work on this. If you're not all reading the chat, I'm sure, and Tina has figured it out. I don't even want to look. We'll take a break. We'll come back in 7 minutes. I'll make a decision about whether to keep working on it or to look in the chat for the answer. I'll see you after the break. Okay, we're back. I've been staring at this. I haven't made any progress. I did check in with the chat to see the solution, and I don't see it quite right. It sounds like you guys figured it out, but it's scrolled up, so I can't see it. Important thing is Jesse's on the right track. He was in the ritual or saw the ritual. Logan's played this. Okay, so the chat has figured it out so long ago that it's scrolled up and not visible. I think we're going to do our old thing that we haven't done in a long time and put the clock up while I stare at this. We'll give ourselves 10 minutes to work on this, and then we'll ask the chat for the answer. Where is our timer? All right, so we're going to work on this for 10 minutes. What have we got here? The biggest struggle for me is understanding the form the answer is going to take. We've got identified 4 sets, identified the 4 corresponding to the 4 dates. The first date on March 25th with these 2 mysterious partial words. Then the first kiss with these 2. 4 letters and 3 letters. Here we had 4 letters, 3 letters. Then the engagement, 3 letters, 3 letters. Then the wedding, 2 letters, 2 letters. It's hard to think of an anagram with this set. Could be missing letters. But I'm really struggling to understand what to, like, let's imagine we get a phrase here. Then what are we supposed to do? Combine this, string this out into one phrase? Word, a 4-letter phrase. And that's the answer to the puzzle. And all this stuff about the dates is just meant to give us an order, that this comes first, then this, then this, then this. If we did that, if we strung it out into a phrase, we would get the first 2 words, INLILED, followed by FEIWPRI ASCNCE. Ugh, I just hate when these things don't fit. INLILED. That's our first grouping. FEIWP. It's our second grouping. ASCNCE. It's our third grouping. ALSS. With the first date, first kiss, engagement, wedding, July 6th. First date was March 25th. April 2nd. June 20th. So another possibility, what makes this so frustrating is trying to understand the format of the answer. Like, the other possibility is that this is giving us the nickname of her. It has to make use of the dates, though. I mean, it has to somehow... has to be some reason that we're told about the dates, even if it's just this order. Like, if this is... we just try to make some words out of this. We get lass from this. L-A-S-S. And here, there's... looks like wife with this, but it can't possibly be that these are standalone words, because that's not a standalone word, so that doesn't really make sense. And it feels too open-ended to just combine these in random ways, and if we did, we wouldn't know how to make the order make sense. So if these are by themselves, then you get less. Then how would you combine these to get... how would you combine these? And if we got a four-word phrase, then I suppose we could enter that in. It's a long phrase, though. Is it really going to want a long phrase? It's very unusual for this game to have such an open-ended thing with no clarity on the form of the answer. This is assuming these are anagrams, but if you had to use your best guess, you would guess that she's hearing partial words, which would mean not anagrams, but there are words missing, but letters missing from the beginning and end, but that doesn't make... well, I guess you could have an O missing here to make this once. But what word would this be? Nothing. So it can't be missing letters. I really dislike the fact that it's not, there's no hint about what form the answer should take or what it's an answer to. Thank God I have air conditioning on now or I'd be losing it. I'm gonna set another 10-minute countdown. I know this has got to be frustrating for the audience, but just think how frustrating it is for me to not be able to solve it. The Deadbolt games, they always have some... It's very rare to have there not be some logic to it. I keep hearing sounds when I pick up the keychain. ASC and NCE followed by the word ring. FEIW. It's already a little confusing that you're hearing words said, but you're hearing FEIW said. How does that make sense? It doesn't. You don't hear FEIW. You certainly don't hear scrambled letters. That would make you think that it has nothing to do with scrambling letters, but missing letters. And then, so that's already frustrating and confusing. And then he says, you have to find the nickname. Here are some dates. He says, I know you got two distinct impressions. Two distinct impressions. That makes us think these are self-contained. And she gets two more. INLI and LED. And the word date. Okay, so more hints that these are sort of self-contained. And the dates give us an ordering. Could use these letters JULY with this. Maybe we are trying to figure out the nickname. Doesn't make sense to me that you're hearing the FEIW, but the letters are scrambled, but I guess it could be. Oh, wait a second. Wait a second. I see PRINCESS, princess. Princess. LED, princess. INLI. FE. Hold on. Boy, that princess is too good to be true. Okay, hold on. PRINCESS. That looks like princess with the second halves. then that would be LED, which doesn't really make sense here. But if we now look at the others, INLIFEIW ASCAL. In life, I was called princess. In life, I was called princess. Okay. Okay. Does everyone see? I mean, I know you know. I can stop this. I know you know the answer because you figured it out in the chat, the expert puzzlers, which I do not count myself. But okay, but everyone can see how it's gotten, right? It's a phrase explaining her nickname, and we've got it by taking the, I guess it's easier. We're strung along the first sets. In life, I was called, and then it continues on with the second set. This is LED of called, PRINCESS. Okay, in life, I was called princess. All right, so we figured it out. It was tricky. Boy, I found that very tricky. Mostly tricky because it was so unclear what we were looking for. But indeed, it turned out we were looking for the answer to the nickname. All right, let's check in with the chat and see how frustrating was that. How frustrating was it to watch me struggle with that? Let's see. Maybe I thought about having them in a row would be easier. Was not correct. I had them in rows under each other. That made it more obvious. PRI could be RIP. I went down the anagram rabbit hole. The form of the answer was clear, her nickname. And Tina says, I was wrong in saying you don't know the form of it. I gotta disagree with that. Maybe we can talk about it in a second. DJ Monica was saying, don't go on tilt. If the air conditioner wasn't here, I would be on tilt. And Tina says the puzzle is good. Shazzer says he got it. There it is. I think in general, some of us are not very good at writing out combinations that don't immediately jump out as words. The line did work after all. And Tina says, I don't think it was unclear what we were looking for. We have only one puzzle, find her nickname. This is where I'm going to definitely disagree with that. You never know if a given puzzle is ready to be solved. In other words, let me put it differently. We knew this is the next puzzle. This is what we knew is next. This is the only puzzle we have. We knew this was next. Now, we knew eventually he wanted the nickname, but this isn't a puzzle. So it could very well have been that we answered this puzzle in order to get more information, maybe even another envelope that would eventually give us her nickname. So we really did not know that this was going to be the nickname. I think if we had known that, it would have been easier. And then there was all the ambiguity about the dates giving us an order, but in the end, it did make sense. Okay. I'm of mixed thoughts about that. I mean, it was cool that it was doable in the end. I would have liked it to be a little clearer that what you're trying to solve is the nickname. And that was tricky. It was only the princess part, Prince. It is a good lesson about arranging letters differently. Like, we started out with them this way, and then I rearranged them in order, but had them this way. Probably if I had put these on top of each other, it would have been a little easier to see. And I also had a little bit of a complaint about the fact that they heard these words, made it harder to see them in order, but okay. All right. You did it. You stuck with me. We did get it. Let's move on. All right. Let's get our camera up and put in Princess. I disagree with Antina, who is the expert puzzler, a little bit about whether it was clear that that's the puzzle we were answering, the question we were answering. Okay, here's our nickname. Well, I mean, Antina is the expert at these puzzles. Antina and Nicola. Was Antina the person? Did Antina get it first, or did anyone get it at the same time as Antina? Shazner says, to catch you up on the chat, we were discussing how suspect the Ryan dude seems. Oh, it was Delia at first, really? Okay, so Delia gets the credit. Delia is another... Delia may be giving Antina a run for her money. You know, it's really quite interesting that this is a little diversion. I mean, you've waited this long for us to pursue this. Let's just go. It's a fascinating issue. Which fields are male or female dominated or tend to be overrepresented? And the puzzle field feels like it's got a very strong female domination of the puzzle world, which is sort of unintuitive to me because of stereotypes of males liking sort of mechanical parts and female focus on sort of social stuff. So it is fascinating to me that if you look at the Facebook Puzzle People group, it seems to be kind of female dominated. And we've got our top puzzle people here, both females. It's really fascinating. I wonder if there's been research on it. It's sort of what goes against my naive intuition. But I defer to the experts here. Okay, so we're putting in... Did I type in Princess? Okay, here we go. You guys are suspicious of him. I'm not. He says, wow, you really did talk to Angie. She was always my princess. She still is. I miss her so much. Well, a deal's a deal. Here's the envelope with all the details of our next target. Use it wisely. Also, don't forget, if he really did kill his wife or was a bad guy, Angie would be telling us. Right? So I don't think he's a bad guy. I think everything he's saying is true. I think he got revenge on the killer with all this talk and that puzzle and my little sidetracking into impolitic gender. We forgot how fascinating this case was, where this guy's like, we're the shepherds, we hunt down the serial killers. The Scourge. Okay, so we're following up on this. We talked to Angie. She told us her nickname. He said, okay, you did talk to her. We told her he loved her. And now we can open the hook envelope. Okay, exciting. Here we go. Chandler says, I don't trust ghosts. And Tina says, alternate explanation is that women use Facebook more. That's an interesting That would be an interesting alternative explanation. But you've got two pieces of two evidence. One was the Facebook group, and one was this channel. But okay, all right. So there's our hook envelope. Now, what does the hook represent? Everyone sees the connection now. Yes. What is the hook? Why does the hook tie into our story here? The shepherd's crook. That's right. These are the shepherds. The shepherd has a crook put around the sheep's head. Corral them. All right, let's see what we've got here. A business card with some random letters. Martin Casket Company. Caskets, urns, memorials, and more, with a little puzzle on it. Call today to plan for tomorrow. Okay. Can't tell what that says. Does this look like it could be scrambled letters? Quite possibly. There's a Q, there's some U's. It's got enough vowels. Could be. Looks like it should have more vowels though, but could be. Okay, we've got a photo that looks like maybe a homeless person's stuff behind a fence. Get pull out a little bit. Game show final challenge. Okay, so these are helping us unscramble. So, and some of the letters are blue. So ThinkFast, ThinkFast. Okay, so this was ThinkFast, and that's going to be a letter here, an S. So when we combine these blue letters, we'll probably get a word. All right, so we can probably do that, but we're going to put that aside for now since we don't have a good order to do anything. That seems like that's absolutely doable for us right away. Read me first. Okay, I guess we start with that. As Ryan hands you the folder containing all of the information you need to uncover the details about the shepherd's next victim, he also provides a bit of additional context for the folder's contents. Use what's in the folder to figure out what to do at the following locations: St. Mark's Church, the vending machine at the corner of Elmer and Sycamore, the Martin Casket Company, and the alley in the Maroon District where all the homeless people live. Jim Hollywood Walden will be the guy you're looking for. I know the shepherds do a lot of their work online, so maybe they have like a website or something. You thank Ryan for his help and leave to chase down the leads he's given you. Before you get in your car, however, you spot an old payphone that miraculously still works. You put in a quarter in the slot and make an anonymous call to the police station, informing them about the dead body in the woods. Now, having tied up that loose end, you set about the task of finding out all you can about the shepherd's next victim. Okay, 4 locations, maybe 4 puzzles. Caskets have a puzzle. This is the homeless shelter. Okay, here is the payphone. A vending machine. Not payphone, vending machine. All right, that was another one. The corner of Elmer and Sycamore. So there's its own puzzle. 34 through 38, 44 through 48, 24 through 28. Okay. All made digits only. All right. Let's put that aside. Let's keep looking through these things. I've always been particular about the entertainment I enjoy. I despise country and this so-called pop music. I would rather listen to rock and roll, to rock or even talk radio. Valley Falls radio program. The best your ears can get. Okay, station address. So it sounds like I would rather listen to rock or even talk radio. It sounds like if we just look at the talk and rock, what happens? 1, 2, 3, 6. And then this would be 1, 3, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We'll have to figure out something with that. Okay, let's put that aside. And another note here, the food pyramid. We've got a food pyramid with numbers for each area. Okay, maybe that goes with something else. Although I do note these numbers go from 0 to 6. Okay. Here's St. Mark's Catholic Church. Okay, so once we figure out what to do at St. Mark's, we would scan that. No other relation with that. Okay. This is a radio, so probably that goes with this. No special characters. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I see. There's letters A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I. So we're gonna get a bunch of numbers here. Not exactly clear what it wants, but you could have like A and then add up the numbers. So A7, B something, although these are going to get to double digits. So I don't know. But those look like they probably go together. All right. This probably goes with this. The homeless shelter. Here's Jim Hollywood Walden. Step right up. This is your chance to win big with our newest game here on the street, License Plate Lottery. Hey, give me a break. I know it's kind of corny, but we have to entertain ourselves somehow. If only I had Vanna White here to help me with this game. Instead, I've got Krusty Dave. Not the same at all. Anyway, objective is simple. Decipher each plate, provide the secret word indicated in blue, and you'll win a grand prize. Okay, this probably sounds like the one we could do next. Just identify the blue word and solve that. And that is what he said we should do next. Here's casket. Scan to hear our observations at Martin Casket Company. So maybe we scan this and that gives us the information to solve this. Food pyramid. These kind of look like they might go together. Right? So, and I don't know about the vending machine thing. All right, well, let's just attack what we can attack first. Let's do this. Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, the fourth one is think fast, which makes this blue an S. Okay, ST. What about this one? It looks like creator, create. Born to born to die. BORNTODIE. Okay, so BOR. So that's an R. Okay. Born to die. And what is this one? Something. CREATOR. It almost seems like we don't need to know the whole thing. This surely looks like creator. I don't know what the T, creator, but CREAT, that would make that a T. You can almost get this word without figuring out, but this one's at the SP. Bumblebee is our second one. BUMBLEBEE. Okay, so Bumblebee is E. So REST, this one I'm not too sure about. But if this is it, what would this word be? Seems like this should be obvious at this point now. This isn't where this belongs. That's what's messing me up. This is our third one. Okay. RES blank T. So probably that would be an E. If the T is right. What word would that be here? Sporulate. What is this? SPO. Probably it's reset, but what is this lesson? Let me look in the channel. What does the channel think? Super late? Super late, says the channel. SUPERLATE. Super late. Okay, and that makes this an E, which makes our word reset. Like I need to reset this pen. Okay, so if the secret word is reset, we'll put that into the game show and we'll see if that gets us any further. Let me check in with the chat here. Okay. This up here. Let me check in with what the chat is saying though. A little unclear why our ghost hunting group is now wedging itself between different killers. why didn't we give him to the police? Because we're not gonna, we're about justice. And Tina says, do we believe in these righteous killings? Why stop this one? Yeah, it's a good question. Cremate or create art was the last one. Create art. Oh, well done. Create art is what it was. Okay. All right. So, here we go. All right. So his word was reset. All right. Let's save it with unprotection. You are correct. You're the grand prize winner. Krusty Dave, what does our contestant win today? A new car, a trip to Tahiti, a big screen TV? Unfortunately, none of those things. All I can provide today is information. He says, go to St. Mark's, give them the password Wolf Hunt. Until next time, kids. Okay, so that's that one done. He says, go to St. Mark's and Wolf Hunt. Does that mean we just put it right in? Or is Wolf Hunt go with something else? Well, let's try putting in Wolf Hunt. See what happens. All right, I'm gonna try putting in Wolf Hunt here and see if that's what it wants. That would be a little weird if so. Wolf Hunt. Okay. One guy gave us the password to another. A little strange, but okay. A quick online search gives you the address of St. Mark's, an old Catholic church. After a short drive, you arrive at St. Mark's and are immediately impressed by the architecture. No services are currently being held, but the doors open. Few older women are seated at various pews in quiet reflection and prayer. You head to the confessional booth near the front. Pulling the heavy red curtain aside, you start to second guess this whole thing. Surely this isn't the sort of place that would yield a clue about the whereabouts of a murderer. Your thoughts are interrupted by a deep voice on the other side of the partition. After the standard introduction, the priest asks you what you would like to confess. Timidly, you say, Wolf Hunt. After a brief moment, the voice on the other side replies, there are many wolves who stalk the flock. It is up to the shepherds to protect the sheep. The wolf you must hunt is known as the director. To aid in this hunt, remember Luke, L-U-K. It is one part of 3 that you will need. You sit in silence for a few moments and realize there is nothing more to be gained here. As you leave, you decide to brazenly pull the curtain back to address the priest further. You are shocked to see the confessional is empty. Puzzled, you exit with the information you have been given and try to figure out how to use it. Okay, so L-U-K underlined. One part of 3. Okay. Did I save this unprotected? Yes, I did. Okay. And it's the director. And this guy is part of the serial hunter people. All right, and now we've used up all of the puzzles and clues that we know how to solve. Let's see what the group says. Isn't our hacker friend called Fluke 3? Yes. Part of the radio puzzle. Astroworld and Waterworld always blew my young mind. Yeah, it is interesting. It is interesting that he's similar to the hacker. Okay, so let's look at our puzzles remaining. We've got the radio puzzle, which it feels like we might be able to solve now. We have this, we have no puzzle associated with it. Oh, but it's going to be this. I see, it's going to be this. This is going to go with this. I think. Okay, that one is the one that I'm most not obvious to me. And then this one is scanned here are observations. So, and then we think it might involve this. Well, let's do this first. We don't know if any of these, if they're all standalone or if one opens another. But let's check out the multimedia of this, if there is some indeed. All right.
This is Mikey speaking. We're investigating the funeral home, and I just saw the weirdest thing. I know there has to be a reasonable explanation. A set of footprints just appeared in the carpet over there by one of the caskets, and I watched them move. They took 3 steps backwards and disappeared.
Okay, footprints 3 steps backward and disappeared. You know what that means, don't you? 3 step backward and disappeared. All right, we know what that means. That's got to be a Caesar cipher taking 3 steps backwards, which explains why there are too many consonants here. Is it time for our break? No. So I would love to have my wheel. I should keep that wheel closer by, do I not? I should get a smaller version of that wheel. All right, let me just go to this and go get it. Okay. 3 step backward. That seems like it's really telling us, shouting that this is a Caesar cipher. All right, so let's see what we've got. So if it's 3 steps backwards, then 1, 2, 3. Okay. Outer wheel goes to inner wheel. Maybe what's the preferred way you do a Caesar cipher? Do you go inner to goes to outer? Maybe we'll do it that way. Inner goes to outer. Okay. So R goes to P. Could do this online easier. U goes to S. All right, so this is not right. Already this is wrong. G goes to E. Oh, unless it's PS. G goes to E. H goes to F. U goes to S. This does not seem right. W goes to U. K goes to I. E S. This does not seem right. Could it go the other way? R goes to T, U goes to W, G goes to I, H goes to J, U goes to W. That's not right either. Oh, I was so sure. What are my 3 steps backwards? Why does Shazner decode it, but I didn't? Because I didn't go 3 steps backward, I just went 2. There's 3 steps backwards. All right, let's try again. R goes to O, U goes to R. All right, U goes to R, G goes to D, H goes to E, U goes to R. Order. Okay, so we've got it right. I just did it initially only 2 steps backwards. And Shazner in the comments said, order the pine box special. Okay, order the pine box special. So now if we go here, I guess we're going to type in pine box special. Okay, footprints 3 steps backwards. Okay. Okay. So I'm assuming we just type in here pine box special. Yes. Martin Casket Company has their number listed online. After a couple of rings, a bright and cheery woman on the other end picks up. Martin Casket Company, how may I help you? I'd like to order the pine box special, you say nervously. Your question is met with silence. As you prepare to hang up, certain you have gotten something wrong, a rough male voice appears on the other end of the line. Click. That model is set to come in on July 14th. Also, don't forget the .com. The man hangs up. Frantic, you call back to get some clarification about what you've been told. However, this time, you get an automated message that says, this number is no longer in service. Please hang up and try again. Okay, so we've got another piece of our 3-part puzzle. .com underlined, and we're told this is July 14th. So it feels like our last piece is going to be completing a website that we were going to go to get information about our next serial killer to kill. All right, so we've finished with that puzzle. Okay. 2 more for us. Feels to me like this one we've got a slightly better shot at. So I have always been particular about the entertainment I enjoy. I despise country and this so-called pop music. I'd rather listen to rock or even talk radio. So, and we see we've got letters A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I. And then, so I'm going to try it this way. D, E, F, G, H, I. So there's our 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay, and then for A, we have 1, 2, 3, 6. Those are the talk radio and rock. For here, we have 1, 3, 6. For here, we have 0. None of them are rock or talk. Sorry, what did I miss? 1, 3, 6. And then here, sorry, for C, D was the blank one. Okay, for C, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. E, we have nothing. E, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 3, 4, 5, 6. For F, we've got just the 7. For G, we have 1 and 6. For H, we have 1, 3, 6. And for I, we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 1, 5, 6. What is this even about? I've always been particular about the entertainment I enjoy. I despise country and pop music. I'd rather listen to rock or even talk radio. Okay. What's up here? What are these letters in here? What is that? I guess it's just symbols. What did we do with this? Chat channel says this puzzle calls for the overlay. Give it a try. It's an interesting idea. All right. So if we did this and we crossed out the ones they don't like, this doesn't look right to me. Uh, hmm. Feels to me like these letters have to be significant. However, this is another case where it feels like, unlike most deadbolts, there's a little bit of more ambiguity than I would like regarding the form of this answer. Like, you could imagine that this is just the count. So there's 4 here, there's 3 he likes here, there's 6 he likes here, there's 0, 6, 1, 2, 3, 6. Is it looking for like A4, B3, C6? That doesn't seem right. Just I'm not thrilled with how ambiguous the answers here, not knowing how long, not knowing what form. Is it a... does it want from us here? There's something I'm missing about this. What is this? Is there anything informative about this, or is it just a generic radio? Is it telling us that we should be paying attention to this position? FM 70 is what it looks like we're on. We're on the FM. We're on 70. But these are all outside of the FM range of this radio. All right, there's a light on. Let's see what the chat says. Try marking the radio station he likes, not the ones he doesn't like. Okay. Well, chat is saying mark the ones he likes. Okay, I think you guys are crazy. Oh, I see. You're saying there's a 991.3. And then you think this is at 91.3 AM? This feels like this is wrong to me. Shouldn't this be in the AM if that's what it's trying to hint to us about? Yeah, I mean, I don't love it. I don't love it as a puzzle. But then is it also trying to tell us 91.3 here, but then shouldn't this be on the AM switch? Well, I think, and then that's our hint that we're not supposed to use the dot, that we just do 913. Yeah, okay, that's a good hint that we're on the right trail. All right, I think you guys basically got it. I don't love it. DJ Moneycut says something I was thinking as well. This doesn't feel like this is correct for FM. So yeah, maybe they got it. Maybe they got this label reversed. Is AM supposed to be kilohertz and FM megahertz, or is that a sign that something else is wrong? Okay. Either way, we did good work, and Tina, figuring out that this is one of these spatial things. Boy, those remain tricky for me. Those remain unintuitive. All right. It is interesting how some of us here are just instantly, and Tina just instantly knows, okay, this is going to be a spatial thing. Okay, so this is very weird, though, what's just happened when I scanned this. It's taken us to a password protected Squarespace page. That's very unusual. All right. 913. Enter. Whoa. That's weird. Click radio to play. All right. Here we go.
Today's snack is at Elmer and Sycamore Road. Eggs, bread, apple, eggs, milk, chocolate bar, broccoli, rice, olive oil, carrot.
Okay, so it's giving us information for this. All right, let's try to follow that again. Why am I not hearing it? Are you guys hearing it? I see, because I'm not showing it. Let's listen to it again.
Today's snack is at Elmer and Sycamore Road. Eggs, bread, apple, eggs, milk, chocolate bar, broccoli, rice, olive oil, carrot.
I have to listen again.
Today's snack is at Elmer and Sycamore Road. Eggs, bread, apple, eggs, milk, chocolate bar, broccoli, rice, olive oil, carrot.
Okay, one more time.
Today's snack is at Elmer and Sycamore Road. Eggs, bread, apple, eggs, milk, chocolate bar, broccoli, rice, olive oil, carrot.
Okay. So if we now convert those into numbers, eggs is 4, bread is 5, apple is 1, eggs again is 4, milk is 2, chocolate bar is 0 for sweets, broccoli is a 6, rice is whole grains, that's a 5, olive oil is a 1, carrot is a 6. So I get 4514206 4514206 Okay. Well, we've got the same number, and we're going to put that into the vending machine on the corner of Elmer and Sycamore. So it is this one. Okay. Right. And then it looks like we have to take a break soon. All right. So our vending machine web page is 4514206 All right, here we go. At the corner of Elmer Road and Sycamore Road sits an empty and seemingly forgotten vending machine. The out-of-order sign on the front, coupled with the empty snack shelves, makes it seem like the machine is no longer in service. But as you continue your search, you spot a crudely drawn shepherd's hook on the side of the machine. Knowing this is a sign that you're on the right track, you type the numbers from the food pyramid into the machine. After a moment, the small LCD screen on the front of the machine changes from insert coin to 415E28. As the message scrolls across the screen, you manage to jot it down before it changes back to insert coin. So we've got another 3 digits, which is E28. And then we're also given a time, 4:15. So I wrote down on our second one that this had a date associated with it, July 14th. This one had a time. Did our first one have some date or number? Let's unprotect it. Oh, come on, guys. Okay, well, here was our first one. LUK, it's the first part. I don't see any extra information about a date here. It's 1 part of 3. So I guess we doesn't seem like we need any more. It seems like we have a website now, luke28.com. Luke28 415. Luke28 415.com. Okay. Are you guys going? Has someone already gone to this website before I've gone there? I don't know if that is proper. Okay, we know what website to go to next. However, that's going to be our next step. But before we do, we need to take a break. So we'll take a break here. I'll see you in 8 minutes. Okay, we're back. A little bit of a reminder here for those of you who play along with me that when we finish, we like to review these games and give thoughts, and I hope you'll consider keeping a little notepad and paper nearby when you play and write down if you have any design thoughts while we play, your favorite moments, least favorite moments, criticisms, etc. I was just making a couple for myself. All right, so we've got the 3 parts, and now we know it says Luke28.com. We're going to try to go to this website. This seems like a website that someone might want to own for real. So it's a little weird for Deadbolt, which almost never has their own websites, to actually own this one. There's a question about, is there a Killing Affair we haven't played? There's 2 we haven't played. I actually just bought one of them. In fact, I was trying to remember if I bought the same one twice. But the one I'm really interested in playing is the Arson one. That's the second in the series. That I don't have, but I just picked up a used copy of the 3rd series. So I do hope we will finish those. I didn't love season 1, but I liked it enough because it was a big long series to want to play more. All right, let's try going to this website now. So the game did tell us in the beginning, hey, there's a website you may need to go to. Let's try Luke28.com and see what happens. Whoa, look at that. They really actually own this website. Name, month, day, hour, minute. Okay, so we do, look at this. It's a website for the Shepherds. the serial killer hunters of the scourge, and in the same region there were shepherds out in the field keeping watch over their flock by night. Okay, so if you look at our notes here, we wrote down a time and a date. So name, this is a drop down. Okay, we wrote down this was about their next victim called the director. Okay. And then the month was July 15th, right? Sorry, July 14th. And the hour was 4:15. Okay, so we're hunting for the director, July 14th at 4:15. Okay. I think that's it. What's this little menu here? Okay, here we go. I'm submitting the answer. The name of the wolf we are hunting is Robert Dover. Robert Dover is the proprietor of Video Time, a local video rental store that is one of only a few left in existence. We have evidence proving that Dover is a killer known only to the police as the director. The director kidnaps victims and films their murders for rich clients. Yikes. Police have had him in their sights on a couple of different occasions, but in every instance, crucial pieces of evidence have disappeared from the evidence room as they were on the verge of an arrest. The level of corruption in the VFPD is at an all-time high, so he thinks someone influential and high up on the police force is protecting Dover. That means we have to take things into our own hands and take care of Dover ourselves. To begin the wolf hunt, scan the videotape envelope and enter the word video time. All right. So he's being protected by the police. Okay. Video time is the clue. Let me just turn that off. All right. What do you think? Are we going to help kill this serial killer? Or what? It's a little odd. I played a Deadbolt where it had us killing people. All right, so if we look at what we've got left in this box, we've got two envelopes, a very thin one that says do not open until instructed, and a slightly thicker one, which is a videotape, which is what it wants from us since this guy runs a video store. It looks like a generic Memorex videotape box. And it's got a QR code on it. Does the other one have a QR code too? No. This one has a QR code. No caps, no spaces. So it's a little weird, a little unusual that, like, instead of just telling us, hey, now you can open this, it's saying, okay, scan it and put in this password that we're giving you to open it. It seems a little unnecessary. That's the second time that the game has had us type in a password for something that it's giving us. Like it's saying, here's the password, now scan this and type it in to open this. Why not just say open it? What's the point? Okay, we're going to scan this. I mean, you can't have opened this. Sorry, you can't have gotten this any other way. You can't have figured out the password for this any other way. So we wrote down it was video time. I hope I wrote that down right. Oh, I see. It wants us to read something here. Video time is closed when you arrived, and there's no sign of Robert Dover. The lights are off inside, and there are no cars at either the front or back of the store, which means the man you believe to be the director isn't here. If you were a police officer, you would need a warrant to access the inside of the store, but you aren't with the police. Technically, breaking into the store is a crime, but you can live with the fact if it saves the life of the director's next victim, or it allows the director to be brought to justice. You may now pick the lock to the store's front door and open the videotape envelope to explore the inside of video time. Let me just save this. Okay, so here we go. We're allowed to open this envelope now. Actually, quite a bit in here. It's quite a generous deadbolt. And Tina points out that this map on the other envelope was the same map that we got in our previous case. All right, let's take a look at our new envelope. We're done with this. We've got a scanner of some sort, a video card, a VHS player, VCR. Anna's going to have a new psychic experience. We've got 2 VHS tapes. That's pretty cool. Okay, there's 2 more VHS tapes. Okay, 4 VHS tapes from the store. That's pretty cool. A shelf in the video store. That's a puzzle. Another tape. And another tape. Okay, so a whole bunch of videotapes. Pretty cool. Let's separate these out. And an account. All right, I think we should probably start here. Anna says, I can hear a voice. It's faint, but it's tied to something here. I keep hearing the words membership and account. What's even stranger is that sometimes I'm hearing both words almost simultaneously, as if they were being spoken at the same time, one on top of the other. Whoa, that printer just turned itself on and is printing something out. Video time account report. So she says membership and account on top of each other. So I wonder if it's saying that we've got two things here. The spacing here is a little weird too. Well, let's put this aside for a second and see what else we have. So here's a shelf. We've got letters ROTRAMURBUMABOC. Okay, no spaces. For our videotape, they're all the same size. Vanessa Woolridge. Vanessa Woolridge film, rental 1, 7, 4, 2, 9. So rental 1, rental 2. Nothing on the back. Rental 1, rental 2. Then we've got a rental 4, 6, 7, and 9. For some of these, we have directors. Some we don't. Rental 1, rental 2, then rental 4. So we don't have a rental 3. Okay. And then I see membership card. We have an account number, but not a name. Nothing on the back. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And then for the VCR, no caps, no spaces. I mean, VCR would be normally something you'd put a tape into. Scan to use. I think maybe we should take a look at what this gives us. Let's scan this and see what we get here as our starting point. Well, that's weird. One, two, three, four, 5. So we're using it 5 times. Are we using it on wood? What are we doing with this? This is very strange. It's just green, and it's red, and then it's yellow and yellow and yellow. These are all identical on the back. Strange. Well, I mean, this one seems like it's got the best chance of us being able to tackle this. This is very strange. Did I? I keep hearing the words membership and report, membership and account. Hearing both words simultaneously, as if they're being spoken at the same time, one on top of the other. And then the printer turns on and prints out this. Membership account. Let's take a step back for a second. So here's a puzzle that looks like it's about this and the membership account. Could it also be related to this? Quite possibly. Then we've got this one, which gives us a web page, which is very strange. Seems to be 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 signals here. First one is greens, red, yellow, yellow, yellow. I mean, I guess I can write that down. Green, red, yellow, yellow, yellow. I'm not sure how that's helpful. Green, red, yellow, yellow, yellow. Then we've got these VHS tapes, which are numbered 1, 2, 4, 6, 7, 9, which has people's names on them. Then we've got another puzzle having to do with the VHS player, which you would think might be related to the tapes, but I don't know what puzzle that is. And then we've got a separate puzzle here. Which seems like it's probably to do with using these letters somehow, but I don't know how. Let's see what the chat is saying. And Tina had an idea about combining card and printout, or maybe the idea came from Delia. The arrows will show a word. So I see, maybe it's like this. No, completely. All right, so but membership and account are on top of each other. I don't know if we try, sorry. We try to use these arrows to make sense of something. MHUXK, that doesn't work. HUXKT, that doesn't work. DISPLAY. Okay, very clever. Okay, so when it's here, we've got display. Guess we should write this down. Display. And I do note that these are, it does say Vort up top. Doesn't seem like that's relevant, but let's try that. Okay, and then is there something else that we can make out of this? UXK. IS is PLAY. Display is PLA. Display is PLAY. And there's an H at the end. Okay, let's keep going. XKT, no. SPLAY. Display is SPLAY. Display doesn't seem right, is it? How about KT? PLAYH. Maybe we don't use the letters that don't line up perfectly. PLAY. Display is play. TOM. LAYH. AYH. OMYH. Display is play. So our first word says display. Just display. Then if we keep moving it, we get to ISPLAY. So the only one that's by itself a consistent thing is display. But do you think that's the answer to this puzzle, or is it telling us to look at the display? That's a separate puzzle. The chat thinks it's probably just the word display. Try display. All right, let's try display. I mean, I don't love it if that's the answer to this puzzle, but let's see what happens if we try to scan this and just put display. This says pendulum unlock. I don't know what it's talking about. Pendulum. Okay, I'm going to try display. DISPLAY. You think this is going to work? I can't say. I guess the part about membership and account on top of each other is telling us that the membership card and the account report go on top. So maybe that is just the answer is display. All right, that was it. I don't love that one. Let's see what it says. As you look around the cramped aisles, you spot a dingy, worn cardboard display advertising the 1998 comedy Tropical Tommy, featuring the main character dressed in his signature Hawaiian shirt and sporting his characteristic mustache. Anna reaches out and gently places her hand on the faded cardboard stand-up. This is the item I'm drawn to. A spirit is attached to this. There's a pendulum up top. I don't know what this. I don't know where the pendulum is coming from. Okay, you look at Anna skeptically. Trust me, she says. I'm not wrong about this. I'm going to channel this spirit so we can talk to it. She closes her eyes and takes a deep breath. The voice that comes out of her mouth is deeper than her own and distinctly male. Great. The Ghostbusters have shown up. We're all saved. I kid, of course. I did love that movie. I hate all movies now, for obvious reasons, of course. I'll explain more about that later. You are here looking for the director, or Robert Dover as he is known by most. Seeing as how I'm not getting any deader, I can offer you some help. But first you have to do something for me. I'm desperate. You see that TV that faces me? It has been playing the same crappy rom-com for 6 months straight because everyone is too lazy to put some new tapes in the VCR queue. I can't tell you how sick I am of it. This is where you come in. I want you to find some very specific tapes for me and then put them in what I like to call the ultimate horror viewing experience. The only problem is I don't actually remember the movie titles. If you can make this happen, I will help you. Uninvited Guests is a classic, and I love to watch it after the movie by Jenny Walker, but before anything by Phoenix. Raising the Dead is best when played first. Vanessa, all right, so he's giving us an order. Okay, let's bring out our VCR tapes and make this happen. Uninvited Guests is a classic. I love to watch it after the movie by Jenny Walker. Okay? Where's Jenny Walker's movie? Starring Jenny Walker. Okay? See if we can zoom this out a bit. All right. So, Uninvited Guests, he watches it after the Jenny Walker, but before anything by Phoenix. Okay. There's a Phoenix movie. All right. Doesn't have to be directly before it. And he says, Raising the Dead is best when played first or last. Okay, so here's Raising the Dead. It's either first or last. Let's just put it first for a second. Vanessa Woolridge's movie is best when paired with the one about the phone. Okay, well, there's Vanessa Woolridge, and here's the phone. So it's going to be before or after this one. The one about the Reaper is best watched immediately after anything Leon Sanders produces. Okay, so this is Leon Sanders. So you know it must be first. It can't be last because he wants this watched right after it. So this is first, this is second. The last one to watch goes great with the phone movie. So that means of these two, that one has to be last. So this is our order here. Okay, 7, 4, 9, 2, 6, 1. All right, get moving, Magnum. Daylight's burning, he says. All right, so any disagreement with this ordering? All right, so now that's what he wants. I guess it's telling us, even though it's not telling us, that we should put it into this puzzle, don't you think? That's what it's sort of implying. He says, see that TV? It's been playing the thing. Well, this isn't a TV, but this does seem like what he wants us to put the videotapes into. All right, so let's try it. And then if I'm wrong, you can correct me. VCR unlock. It says no caps, no spaces. Okay. So I think we're going to put these numbers in. So 7, 4, 9, 2, 6, 1. That's it. Okay. Hey, thanks for changing the video. Now I can watch something different for a change. Even the dead get bored, right? We have a bit of a quandary here, a wrinkle if you will. As I mentioned, things get a little dull around here, which means I'm in constant need of entertainment. But I want Dover to pay for what he did to me and so many other victims. He stole my life, so it's only fair I help you catch that sick freak. So here's the deal, Perry Mason. I'll give you one more task that is more for my own amusement than anything else. Because ghosts can't scroll through TikTok to pass the time. I see you have an EMF meter. Ghost hunters call it a K2 meter. It measures spikes in electromagnetic energy. I'm sure if you pointed that thing at me, it would light up like a Christmas tree. Anyway, you should try using it over on that wall of tapes. There is still one big secret here you haven't discovered. The wall of tapes will help with that. Okay. A skilled investigator might say the readings you get could be pretty helpful. A green light means one of the movies on that shelf is correct and in the correct position. A yellow light means one of the movies on the shelf is correct in the wrong position. A red light means nothing is correct. Figure out the correct 3 tapes and give them a little push in the right order. Easy peasy, right, Columbo? Oh, and once you've eliminated a movie on one shelf, you can eliminate it on every shelf. Okay. So now we know that these are for the shelves. So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 shelves and 5 lights. So we've got green, meaning a movie's right and in the right position. Red, none are right. And then we've got yellow, yellow, and yellow. And I think we benefit from an overlay here. So, and then once it's wrong, we can eliminate it from all of them. So I think what that means is, correct me if I'm wrong, this row is all red. So none of these are in any of the things. So there's no R. And there's no A. And there's no M. Okay. One of these is right and in the right position. So either there's an O here or a T here. And then I guess we're going to push them in this order. Or... oh, okay. So there has to be a U or a B. Well, we know there's a U here. That's our yellow. Wait, sorry. We know there's a U, but not here. So either there's a U here or a U here. Were we told about... So if that's true, then we can rule out the B, I believe, because otherwise it would have showed up. Although it's not clear to me whether there's multiple lights. Okay, but if this U is what's giving us a yellow here, then it's either here or here. If that U is what's giving us the yellow, then there can't be a B. It can't be that the O is in the right place, or we would get it green here. So it must be that the T is in the right place, which I think means this O can't be here. We know this O can't be here. There must be a C here or here then. There can't be a C here. So T, to do these in the right order though. A U here or here, a C here or here. And do we think there can only one in each column? So that tells us the C must be here and the U must be here, because nothing can be in this column. So C-U-T. Okay, so I think we've got our answer, C-U-T. It's a little bit weird because I guess we're just assuming there can only be one in each column. Okay, so with that, okay, cute. I don't 100% love it, but it's interesting. It had its moment. Okay, so now we can scan this. Okay. And we think we're done with these. I guess this is going to finish up this box, this envelope. C-U-T. Whoa, it's his killing room. Upon successfully choosing the correct videotapes in the correct order, a hinged section of the wall pops open to reveal the director's kill room. A series of strategically placed cameras indicate that this is where Robert Dover does all his filming. You shudder at the thought of so many people meeting their demise in this very room. At this point, you're still a step ahead of the Shepherds. If you can use the information in the kill room to find out where Dover is, you might be able to stop his murder and turn him over to the authorities. If that's what you choose to do. You may now open the map envelope to explore the kill room and try to determine where Dover is. All right. It's a little creepy. Let us open our last envelope here. All right, so we've got a map. Different map than we're used to. It's got a QR code for scanning it. Junkyard, shelter, warehouse, unit, house, park, video store, storage unit, office, sewer, cabin, house. There's north, okay. Be kind, rewind. $1 charge per tape if not rewound. New film location. Second west. Dear Scourge members, you can find proof here that I've satisfied your requirements for membership. Okay, so Scourge is the group of serial killers, and this guy is giving them instructions on how to find proof that he is a serial killer, so he should be able to join. And then here is if we want to kill him or turn him over to the shepherds, or would we rather turn him over to the police? So this is the first time we've seen this in a Deadbolt game where we actually have a choice. All right, be kind, rewind. Okay, so I think you're right. It's rewind, reverse. So we're starting at the video store and we're going these directions, and that's where he's left the film. So let's find the video store. And we've got this oriented properly. There's north, although I wonder if we should be doing this in reverse. Let's find the video store and then we'll know. Cabin. Okay, so here's the video store. So east, you can go east. So you go this way. You go until you can't go anymore. Then the second north, 1, 2 would be here. Then the second northwest, 1, 2 would be here. First northeast, which would be here. First northwest, which would be here. The third northeast, and it breaks. Okay, let's try again. Video store. Can't really go east. You could go southeast. You can't go west either. I mean, you could go almost east. Maybe you only go east once, not till you stop. Okay, so that would be here. Then you go north once, twice. Then you go northwest once, twice. That doesn't really. First northeast, which would be here. First northwest, which would be here. Third northeast doesn't work. All right. But wait a second. Oh, I see. Then we would scan this. All right, let's think this through for a second. Let me make sure you can see it on the page. So you started the video store, which is here. There is only one video store, right? Junkyard, house, park, sewer, office, storage unit. Started the video store. North is directly above us. And then it says go east. But maybe it means go east to get here. That doesn't work. Doesn't really work. If we go east from here, it's not, this really is more of a southeast, this Ivy Road, but and if you go east, you go all the way east, then the second north would make you here. The second northwest would put you here. The first northeast would put you here. The first northwest would put you here. The third northeast doesn't work. What am I misunderstanding? I see. What if pretend we're in a car? We're doing it in reverse. We have to end up at the video store. I see, okay. We have to end up at the video store. But to get to the video store, we had to go east. So I think if our car is facing this way, it's not this compass, it's the car of the compass road. So if we were on this road here, facing this way, then then the east would get us to here. So I think our previous stop before the E was here or here. Let's say it was here. Then, no, I think maybe we have to assume it was here. That was their car. Then if they were here and they went north, they would get to there. Or if they were here, they would go north. We need to find the location of the film location, which ends up at the video store. We can't start here because we don't know where this is. So we're starting at the end and working our way back. The question is, should we be looking for the place that if they went east from their heading, they would get to it? Because they can't go east to get to it from somewhere else. So if they were driving, then east for them let me see what the chat says, because this is just a little weird though. When you just do the opposite directions for each one backwards, yes, I am trying to do that, but I'm hitting a little bit of trouble. So if you're here and you go east, it's question the problem. What's confusing is these lines don't seem to match up with these. So I'm just thinking, okay, if your car is driving, then you would go to your east if you're on this road, and that would get there, or this road more specifically. So north means go straight ahead. So if that's the case, then you're here when you go north, north, and then east. So when you undo the two norths, you go north and then so I guess here would be your second north. And then it doesn't make sense anymore. If it's just yellows, then north North, 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 northeast. But then that doesn't make sense. How would you know which north? I don't like this. I think we just used the compass on the map. The killer left us no map, so I think the killer will be referring to the map compass. I mean, yes, that would make some sense. Why would you have north, south, west, east on this map if you're not following these? But these don't line up with these. I mean, north is straight up here. There is no... Maybe it's harder to see, but everything here is at an angle. So, and if the last step is east and then go to the video store, that doesn't work. There is nothing to the west of the video store, which you could back up again and say, okay, we're just going to pretend to do these in reverse. And we'll go east here, even though this isn't east. This is more like southwest at an angle. But then if you wanted to do that, you go east and you end up here, or should we be going here when we say east? Does it mean go all the way to the end of the road or go to the first road? The second thing seems to say you only go one. Okay, so we go east, then we go north, and north again. There's our second north, even though this isn't really north. Then north, second northwest, which puts you here. Okay. First northeast puts you here. The second northwest puts you here. And then you've got second north, and you're what? Screwed? Or are you really going to consider this as north? And if this is your second north, that goes here. And then east, which isn't really east, would put you here, which you can't do. Let's just think about this for a second. There's the video store. The next step is east. How do we go east from here? What's what's the logic of the fact that there is no east? East would be this way. Not, it's hard to see with this line, but you know, east from the video store is not according to that line. It's this line here. That's east. And if you had to pick an angle to call that, you'd call that southeast. So that's already very confusing. Um, all right. Try find directions from the cabin, top to bottom. Okay, so here's the cabin. Second west. Well, how do I do that? How do I take the second west from the cabin? You tell me. Here's the cabin. What on earth would that mean to take the second west? Here's the cabin. You got to be on this road. What? The second west makes no sense. Go left twice. What does that mean? Here you are going left. You want to go left. There's no left. Now, if you're willing to say that these directions are not these directions, but car directions, that makes more sense to me. Then I would say, okay, you're driving down this way and you turn east to get to the video store. You turn to your east. So that could put you on this road where you would turn to your right, which would be east, or this road. If we try it this road, then this would be your second north, which would mean here's your first north and here's your 0 north. And then northwest would mean you're coming up this way. No. Northwest would mean you're coming up this way. No, that would be an east. Okay, that can't be there. Okay, so let's do it this way. Here's your turn east, and you were told to go north twice. So here was when... That doesn't make sense. Here was your second north. First north, second north. Then you need your second northwest. That doesn't make sense. Maybe it does. So go northwest. Maybe that puts you here when you got your second northwest. Driving this way, then northwest twice. Okay, here's your second northwest. Then the question is, how do we find the first northeast? You're driving this way. No. You're driving this way. That would be your east. You're driving this way. That's your first northeast. So you'd be here. You were driving up this way. Northeast for one step brings you there. Okay, so then the question is, where were you driving here? Where were you driving here? You had your first northwest. Northeast, then the second northwest. Oh. Look at the chat. Nicola has an interesting observation. Nicola says the last line of the instruction says east instead of first east, like the previous lines. Could the last instruction be the second northeast instead, which got split by accident? Wow, that is bizarre if that's true. But let's work that out. I will be very unhappy if that's true, but it's an interesting idea. Second northeast. Okay, so if that's true, and we follow the compass rose, then that would be here. You would go northeast twice. So that puts you here. Then that doesn't work because then you'd have to get here by taking a second northwest, which doesn't make sense. It is very confusing, though, that east doesn't tell us which one. I like the idea, though, that Nicola has, because it seems like there's no way you could have gone east to get here. If you go northeast to get here, then you're coming from Phillip Street. Then you would have been here, right? The second stop northeast. So we are here. And then but there's no, okay, I guess this road is northwest, but then you can only go one from there. Is there anything we're missing here? Be kind, rewind. So it is suggesting we have to do this backwards. I mean, Nicola's idea that second northeast is all part of one thing, although certainly doesn't look like it, would let us go northeast to this from here, which is appealing. And somehow, though, you have to go northwest to get there. I guess you go northwest from here, but second northwest doesn't work. What if you're not going by roads, but going by points? No. Time for us to take a break. I'll see you in 8 minutes. Okay, we're back and we are stuck on this puzzle. Even the pros seem to be a bit stuck and frustrated. I feel like this final puzzle is sort of encapsulating the entire experience here in terms of puzzles being sort of underdetermined. Is there any way we can step back and think this through more clearly? DJ Moneycut says the starting place has to allow you to go west, which eliminates most spots. I mean, it seems like it's very hard to find a place that lets you go west. I mean, this is when puzzles get frustrating. The channel is saying, okay, look at the house. The house is one of the few places that looks like you can go west. Well, one question is, does it have to be an asterisked place? That's the location. You would think it probably has to. And then that's what we would type in. But might you not end up where the starting place is actually on a road? And then that's the answer. And so really you could start anywhere, not just at a place. If you do have to pick a place, it would seem like, and you think you have to do the second west, it's not even clear what that means. Does that mean go west twice? 1, 2? The second west. Okay, let's say you started out, so you make the second west. Now your assignment is the third northeast. Well, how the hell do you do that? You can't. Oh, it's very weird. And then there's the separate question of what it means to do this in reverse and to rewind. We think it means we probably have to solve it by starting here and reversing these directions. But this compass road says north, west, east, south, and almost all of the roads are at weird angles. It's very hard. This place is on the corner here. There is no east and west to get you to it. So how do you make this last step? Well, and Tina had an interesting idea that maybe for some godly unknown reason, this got wrapped over. That makes no sense because there's plenty of space to put second northwest. So this would have just been on one line, second northeast. There's no reason it wouldn't. So there's that. Then there's another question about, are these directions supposed to be the compass rose directions, or are they directions as if you were driving in a car? Maybe we should think of these as not the second northwest, but take the second north going west. The second. Another option is that these are not the directions the way we do it. We should do it as if you're taking your turns in your car. And so north is straight ahead of you, and east would be a right turn. This part is what makes me think it has to be that, because otherwise, how do you make an east to the video store? If it's if this is relative to you, then an east is a hard right turn. So if you're coming down this road this way, then down Ivy Road would be an east turn. That would put you coming down this road. Maybe I... Then there's another question about why are all these things written sideways as if it should be this way? Most of the things are written with it legible if the paper is this way, but not all of them. But if it's the horrible thing where you're turning yourself east from here, you're driving this way, that's your east turn. Or does it mean there? So if this is where you make your east, and then you try to say what would be your second north, you have to be coming from this direction. So that would put you, here is when you made your first north. Here is when you made your, no, sorry. Here is when is your first north. Your second north. And you turn east, that would put you here. If you were here and you said second north, you'd say, okay, we're going to keep going straight. 1, 2, and then make an east. Doesn't make any sense. Delia says, I don't think. Delia says, I think we should use the compass on the map. Where are the ghosts to help us? I went backwards from the directions and ended up at the cabin. I don't really see how that works. It's tempting to want to go to the start at the cabin. No, the cabin isn't the one that's tempting. The house was the one that's tempting. I don't understand how you can start at the cabin and go anywhere. Something is really messed up about this puzzle. There's no other video store we're missing, right? There's no second video store. Be kind, rewind. $1 charge per tape if not rewound. Does look like this is drawn onto this map. What are we not understanding? So, okay, let's see if we can follow the chat's suggestion. First suggestion is start at the yellow line by the cabin, which seems nonsensical. Here's where the cabin is, off this road. The idea that you would start somewhere here seems insane to me. And then you're saying you want to take the second west, which puts you here. I don't see it. I don't see it. Start at the house. We can go west twice. But then we can go northeast, but not 3 times. The house is really the only place that we can go west using this compass, as far as I can tell. And Tina thinks it's the warehouse. You start at the warehouse and you ignore the compass and go to your own compass. You go west, west. Can't make it work. Doesn't make sense. What are we not getting? What are we not getting? What are we not understanding? What are we not understanding? Let's think about this logically for a second. It is very unlike Deadbolt Mystery Society to be so ambiguous, to be so dependent on some strange thing, to be so dependent on the directional stuff. It feels like there has to be a right way to do it that we're not getting. Nicola's saying, oh, Nicola's here. Nicola's saying, what if we do follow these directions in this order? Start from the video store, go east. We're going to pretend this is going east, even though it's southeast. Then the second north, we're going to pretend this is north and north. Then northwest, northwest, northeast, northwest. Can't do it. And Tina says, I think there's a mistake. Nicholas says, start from the video store, go east, then take the second road that goes north, then take the second. And Tina says, I think it's the second northwest, not the first. We have, I'm trying to follow the warehouse. Start from the warehouse, reverse the directions with the amendment. It would be very, very unusual to find a mistake in Deadbolt Mystery Society game. Very unusual. Especially with something so critical. It just seems the odds that there's a mistake here are very, very low. It's just not something we've seen with this company. They're far too careful. It's also bothering me greatly that these roads don't seem to be east, west, north, south. They're all angled. So like right from the jump, it's specifically at a place that you can't go directly east, that it looks much more like south, like these are the... You went east. If it's this way, this is your east. It doesn't work. DJ Monica says, I feel like the orientation of the names must mean something. That's very intriguing to me too. That we've got names that are this way, upside down. Like most of the names are written as if you were holding it this way, which is the orientation of this. But then some of them are written this way. Some of them are written on angles. DJ Moneycut says, we've been reading the numbers how many blocks, but could that be wrong? Could it be about turning the map somehow? I like this idea. So what would be the last step then? Turn it facing east. Turn it facing east. Markers on the map at every direction. Not sure I know what that means. John says, maybe we should describe our directions in the chat using road names and intersections. You can find proof here that I satisfied your requirements. What's... All right. I'm going to follow this direction for a second, but I'm thinking maybe we got to think about this differently, not in terms of driving directions. But all right, let me see if Nickel and Tina has something. From the warehouse, turn to the street opposite of Sparrow. Until May Road. Turn before Fair Street and then the Yellow Avenue. I don't think I'm going to be able to follow these instructions. And what's your theory that we're doing it this way? And we're going west, west. They're not, no, I can't. I don't think. It's not going to work for me. What about thinking of it differently, like hidden information? Second west, second letter of the word west would be E, third letter R, N, N, O. E, R, N, N, O, O. Then you get a problem here. Let's look in the chat. Story-wise, is this note really telling the Scourge to go to the video store? Telling him where he's going to kill his next victim. Jonathan says, just try some stuff. He's trying to prove that he's a serial killer. You can find proof here that I've satisfied your requirements. And the website that we got just before we did this said, try to determine where Dover is. Try to determine where he is. If you can use the information in the kill room, wait a minute. In the kill room to find it, is it? We've walked into the kill room. Hint section to reveal the kill room. Cameras indicate this is where he does all his filming. At this point, you're a step ahead. If you can use the information in the kill room to find out where he is, you might be able to stop his murder. You may now open the map envelope and explore the kill room, which is what I guess this is the stuff that's related to the kill room. It's not saying in this photograph. Is there something that has gotten lost? We have never used a hint in a Deadbolt Mystery Society game yet, and I'm not inclined to. The chat is on tilt today. Jonathan is saying, just try some stuff. Everyone is freaking out, trying to understand what's going on. Any hidden info on the Be Kind Rewind page? It is a little odd that it says you can find proof here that I've satisfied your requirements for membership. Seems envelope. Find proof here. I've satisfied your requirements for membership. Megan says a kill room sounds likely in a warehouse. We're in the kill room. The kill room is in the video store. So we found the kill room. It's in the video store. And he's gone somewhere now. He's gone somewhere. And he's left a map. Somehow he's left this note. I mean, thematically, this is all wrong. We're in the kill room. The game says, open the envelope, explore the kill room, determine where he is. And in the kill room, we found the note that's meant for to give to the Scourge. Why is it here? What is he telling them? Why has he written directions in this order? There's nothing else in the envelope. There's this, which we do when we make a decision. Do not open. Don't talk. There's this. I mean, we've never checked the contents. We could check the contents online to make sure there's not something missing. Doesn't feel like there's anything missing, though. It just feels like this is a puzzle we are not getting. We are not understanding. John says, there seems to be two main candidates for the solution in the chat. The warehouse to the north, the cabin to the south. Try those. If we don't work, we can work for another. All right, I'm willing to do that. Although I'll do it. It makes no sense to me, but I'll do it. I mean, I trust your judgment. Okay, so we're going to try putting in cabin. I'll put in cabin, warehouse, house. We'll try all three of those that seem in some way related, and then we'll, if they're the right answer, we'll figure it out. We'll complain about it afterwards. It's just we've never had a Deadbolt Mystery Society boxes in the 15 we've played that would be bugged in so big a way. All right, so you think it's warehouse, huh? W-A-R-E, oh, F-U, W-A-R-E-H-O-U-S-E. That was it, warehouse. So I guess Nicola or Antina was right. I don't understand it. Well, we're going to look at the solutions to this. It's hard not to continue on with this. Not in a bad mood, though. Peering through one of the warehouse's broken windows, you spot Robert Dover almost immediately. He's alone and prepping several cameras, moving them around the space and checking them to make sure the angle is just right. Apparently, the kill room at video time isn't the only place he uses for filming his murders. It's clear he's prepping for another shoot, which means someone else is going to die unless something is done. Your friends and Stalk are divided about what to do. Cedric and Mikey think you should call the Shepherds and let them take care of the director in their own special way. Anna and Lisa think you should call the VFPD and let them take care of the problem. If you want to alert the Shepherds to Robert Dover's location, allow them to complete their original planning. Kill him. Choose the Shepherd side of the card and enter the password kill him. If you want to turn Dover to the authorities and bring him to justice, choose VFPD side of the card and enter the password turn him in to give the legal system a chance to punish him for his crimes. Okay, well, Jonathan's judgment was right that we should try these answers. And then Tina is going to try to give us explanation. Okay, and Tina says, I wish Logan was here because Logan has played this and knows the answer. Okay, I'm going to try, before we decide what to do, I'm going to try to follow Tina's instructions here. Go step by step, because I was not following it when you were explaining it before. All right, so explain to me what you're going to do here. Maybe I can go on full screen. All right, see if you can explain how you want to get us in these directions. How are we going to make sense of these? I'm ready to follow the directions, although it's very difficult to... We might be better off just reading the game solution, just because with YouTube, the delays, it's very hard. And Tina's going to type it up. Okay, we're going to play the game and then we'll read the solution and try to make sense of it. Because I am not happy with this. That's all right. All right, so let's decide what we want to do here. We're given a choice. It's another case where it's telling us we have to put in a password for this, even though there's no point to putting in a password. We need to decide, turn him into the police or turn him into the killers who hunt down serial killers. I'd like to point out that we are told that there's some corrupt police force that's been protecting him for a while. So to me, it's a no-brainer to call the Shepherds. Also, after that hour with the puzzle, I'd really like to kill everyone involved in this case. All the serial killers, all the Shepherds, the designers of the game. I would like everyone to be dead at this point. And just blow up the whole world. Kill the ghosts. Kill that ghost at the video store that was making us jump through hoops. Wake up the old ones. Just have them take over the entire planet. All right, so are we all agreed? Do we need to have a vote on this? Vote whether you want to choose chaos, let the Shepherds go on, or call the police. Seems like we're gonna kill him, you know. All right, Jonathan's voting kill him. Shazner's voting kill him. We're definitely killing this guy. All right, let's we don't need to keep going. Everyone wants to kill this. No one wants to no one wants to call the police. Even if they weren't corrupt, I think we were gonna let them kill him. But with the corruption in the police force, it's just there's no way we're gonna rely on them to solve this. All right, so I'm gonna scan the Shepherd. All right, and then we're gonna type for some reason I guess this helps you from cheating. You can't open that beforehand. You have successfully completed the Unmarked Grave and chosen to help the shepherds fulfill their mission. The only firm connection you have to the group is Ryan Muddiman. You call him at the hardware store and tell him where they can find the man known as the director. He seems somewhat surprised to hear from you, but promises he will pass the information along. Technically, that should be the end of the case. You've done what you set out to do, plus a whole lot more. You determined that the dead body in the woods was actually a notorious serial killer known as the Nightcrawler. You uncovered a secret organization of vigilantes known as the Shepherds. You led the Shepherds to the lair of another infamous serial killer known as the Director. There isn't a lot more to do, yet you wait at the warehouse, more out of curiosity than anything else. You need to see what comes next. In less than half an hour, a caravan of dark vehicles arrives at the scene. A group of stern-faced individuals get out of the cars. They're all armed, but not with guns, with knives, hammers, and other blunt objects. They're vigilantes, yes, but they're also punishers. Based on what you know about them, the Shepherds are made up of people who have lost someone to a member of the Scourge, which means they're angry and hurt and eager to inflict pain on someone who deserves it. The Director certainly deserves whatever they do to him. As the Shepherds are preparing to storm the warehouse and make Robert Dover pay for his crimes, one member of the group, an elderly gentleman with sad eyes, approaches you. Both of his hands are outfitted with brass knuckles. He isn't content to use a knife or a baseball bat. He's determined to use his hands for this job, which means it's personal for him. "My name is Frederick," the man says, patting you on the shoulder. "I just wanted to say thank you for finding Dover and for turning him over to us. He's responsible for the death of my son, Gary. For years, I have been dreaming of bringing the man responsible to justice. Today is that day." You think of the ghost attached to the cardboard cutout at the video store. You smile and shake Frederick's hand, not entirely sure what to say. With a nod, Frederick rejoins the group and they storm the warehouse. Within less than a minute of the group entering the building, you hear the sound of screaming and you know that justice is being served. You walk away, satisfied with the outcome. Not long thereafter, you get a call from Mikey, who gives you the good news that you've been accepted as the 5th member of Stalk. Things are looking up. Case closed. You may now open the envelope and obtain your official Stalk membership badge. So we got our solution there, and now it's saying now we can open this envelope. And it's not the solution, but it's a badge from Stalk. Okay. Here's what we'll do. We'll take our 5-minute break here. I'd like to hear your thoughts on it. And we'll look at the solution for that map. 5-minute break. We'll discuss it. We'll look at the solution. I'm curious to see what it says. This is a lot's going to be riding on the explanation for this map puzzle. Because if it's on us, then all my negative feelings. Sorry, I hit the button prematurely. We'll take a break. We'll come back. 5 minutes. Okay, we're back. I have to quickly catch up with the chat. I'm going to have to write something that lets me page up a bit because the comments scroll off view. Jesse once said, every time you try something and it doesn't work, there's a little bit of anger. That definitely proved true today. Shazner says, thematically and tonally, it was all over the place. Jonathan says, what a bizarre story. It started out very creepy. And then in the first act, it went in some very strange directions. And Tina says, there must be some mistake with the map. Shazner says, Ghost Story should be the polar opposite of serial killer schlock, but that's where we ended up very quickly. John says, Shazner, earlier you said this felt like it was made up of leftover puzzles. It also feels like it's made out of a couple leftover story ideas stitched together. Well, one very interesting thing, which might be a clue to all of what you're saying, is that this box was not part of the normal subscriptions. Which I don't understand how they decide when to do that or not. Like, they've got their monthly subscriptions, and which seems like it would be impossible for them to keep up with a new good box every month. And yet here they are pumping out boxes in addition, and this was one of them. So I don't really understand that, but maybe that's what they do. Maybe the boxes that don't make it good enough for a monthly subscription. I didn't think that was true, but maybe it is. Megan says, was this game written in English? Just curious. I mean, most of the Deadbolt games, Deadbolt is an American company, so would be the first time that we've seen a problem there. But I've never seen a bug in a Deadbolt Mystery Society box, a substantial one. So we're going to find out if it's true when we look at the solution in a minute. And Tina says, I hope we reunite the father with his ghost son. Now that his murder was avenged, he might be free from his standee. Cutout guy was total comedy, not spooky. It's hard to come back from the Sandy ghost to serious serial killer story. And Tina says, this is one we'll remember. It's true. John says, I'm down for a more comedic adventure with him and his father in the future. I think we went from playing what is hands down the best Deadbolt so far to what is hands down the worst. Can the cutout become a member of stock? Okay, I've got some thoughts. I think the comments from the chat about it being tonally all over the place are really on the money. But let's take a break now. Let's find out what happened with this map puzzle. Okay, so here are the hints for the map. You will need to determine which location on the map the director has gone to. Examine the Be Kind Rewind poster. That's this one. That's the instructions we were reading. On the back of the poster, is written a message. Okay? Yeah, there's our message. You will start at the video store on the map, which is where we tried to start. Follow the written directions using the compass rose, but there's still one more thing to do. If you follow the directions as they are written, you end up either off the map. So, okay, so there's a this sentence doesn't make sense already as written. You end up off the map. So you will need to use the be kind rewind as your hint. If you follow the directions from the bottom up, you will end up at the correct location. So it seems to be saying we should go here and then go east and north twice, then northwest, northeast, northwest, northeast, and somehow end up here. Okay? That doesn't logically make sense, but even if it did, would it get you there? Let's go to the solution now, because that hint is not going to cut it for me. Let's see what the full solution is. Puzzle solutions. One per page. Okay. There's the 91.3. Is it? Oh, what's happening here? It's the right map. It's the map. It's turned at an angle, but it seems like it's the compass rose is still in this right direction. Okay, so here's our map. Let's see if it works. So it said, start at the video store. Now go, and then it wants us to follow these directions up from here. Doesn't really make too much sense. Okay, but the first thing it says is go east. So when it said that, it wanted you to go east all the way. Okay, that's the first ambiguity. And then it wants us to go north. So first of all, east would be down, but we're off going southeast a bit. Okay, that's our second ambiguity. So this it's saying is north. Okay, now what did it consider to north? It wanted us to go here as our first north and here as our second north. Now this is as northeast as you can get, but it still considers this north, I guess. And then it wanted us to go northwest twice, so I guess we go once and twice. But it wanted us to turn here. Why would that be? Is that a mistake? So east all the way, even though that's not quite east. And then second north. So we went one north, which isn't really north, and then another north, which really isn't north. And then it says second northwest. So that should bring us here, but it's saying don't go there, go here. Then go northeast, then go northwest, then the third northeast, which is What's happening here? First north. Sorry. Second north. Second northwest, but we're only going one. First northeast. First northwest. Third northeast. How do we do that? This seems all wrong to me. I'd love to hear how somehow Antina or how Nicola figured this out. It means start going east, take the second road that goes north. Start going east, which doesn't quite work, and then stop. And start going don't understand. Northwest. Second northwest. That seems like a bug to me. I don't know how else to make it work. Then northeast, fine. Then northwest. Which gets you up here. Somehow we're going. It's impossible to write on this surface. The second road. Third road that goes northeast. The third road that goes northeast. Then the second road that goes west. That somehow goes west. That somehow goes west. I can't do it. I can't follow the instructions to make it make sense. Maybe you guys can. Go east, which isn't really east. You go to the second chance you get to go west, which isn't west. No, because we're supposed to be reading it from bottom to bottom. Second road that goes north. I can't do it. Okay, I can't do it. I can't do it. Somehow, it blows my mind that Antina and Nicola were able to get it, because I can't even follow the instructions to make it make sense. Even if we follow it in reverse, which doesn't make sense, you can't. Okay. All right, take it easy. And take it easy. Okay, one thing seems very clear to me. This is the worst single puzzle from Deadbolt that we've ever played. Of the 15 Deadbolt games, this is the single worst puzzle of all of them. And right up there with the worst of any puzzle we've played in any game. There is no excuse for a puzzle this bad. There is no excuse for this being in the game, for someone not catching this. It can't be that you throw these whole pile of problematic, ambiguous interpretations of doing things in reverse. What does it mean, northwest, northeast, that the roads really aren't in those directions? This may be one of the worst puzzles we've ever played in any game. Just bizarre to me. The rest of the puzzles in the box were fine. There were even some ones that were reasonably good. I just don't understand how this happened. Okay, leaving aside this one puzzle being really terrible, there were some oddities in this box that felt weird, like something like a different producer's something. One of them was, well, let's stick mechanically for a bit. One of them where there were weird things where it was like, okay, now scan this puzzle and scan this QR and type in this answer. And we don't normally see that in Deadbolt. Like, you figure out a puzzle and then you scan it to put in the password you've figured out. It seems weird that an instruction tells you, hey, now go do this and here's the password to type in. It doesn't seem necessary. If it's telling you to open the envelope, then, and you've been told don't open this envelope till you're instructed, then you don't need to be quizzed on a passphrase to open the envelope, which the game just gave you. So there were a couple of those that were weird. And then tonally, it really misfired. Megan says the real mystery is the friends we made along the way. A little phrase that people say sometimes, the friends you made along the way was the real thing. But it started out very creepy. A very sort of adult scary thing. We found this body. There were some cool parts. There was some multimedia. This place had some websites, and it seemed like it was going to be a very serious toned paranormal investigation that was creepy, scary, with the scary voice. And then somewhere along the line, and it was kind of interesting, it was like, oh, instead of the game about serial killers, this one's going to be some paranormal, interesting thing, ghosts. And as was pointed out, after that first act, it suddenly changed into the standard serial killing stuff. And we had this weird scene in the video store that was just comic relief. And I think there were a bunch of puzzles that felt like, to me, they were not nearly as clear as they could be with no cost in terms of what they wanted. They didn't need to be easier. There was one hard puzzle we hit in there. Which was fine, but to me, it was missing something to be clear about what it wanted from you, what the form the answer should take. There were other problems too. One was sort of the motivation for us solving this. Like, we found this dead body, and then we were like, let's track the killer, and then we found the guy, and we found that he got revenge on this person and killed them, and that sort of wrapped up our emotional involvement. Like, that was we've solved the person, we brought justice, we found it got solved, and then somehow we were into tracking down, helping these people. They just didn't seem like they needed help from us. They were going to catch this guy anyway. It wasn't clear why we were doing this, what our purpose was. Then there was this cool little choice about, do you want to turn him in to the cops or turn him into the serial killers? But the game had already told you the guy's protected by the police. So how are you going to choose that option? They took the wind out of the choice by telling us right up front, the cops are protecting him. It's not going to go well. So that was weird. When we weren't saving anyone from anything. And then even tonally, the ending was odd. It's like, hey, you've got this moral choice. Do you want to turn him into the serial killers or the police? And instead of having some qualms, we like hear the guy getting tortured and we're like, oh, good work. I can hear him getting tortured. How fun is that? Like, that was weird. It was weird that we weren't left with some moral qualms or something. Can we see the other option? Sure, we could see the other option. You want to see what happens if we try to turn him into the police, huh? Okay. All right. Police solution. So what was the password for this? Was it turn him in? Okay, you successfully completed it. You can't condone the vigilante style killing of anyone, no matter how much they deserve it. You want to make sure that corruption in the Valley Falls Police Department doesn't allow Robert Dover to get off on a technicality. So you call one of the only people in the force you trust with impunity, Detective Wallace Hammett. Hammett's gained your respect over the last few years, and you know he's dedicated to making the city a better place. He will make sure justice is served. Besides, handing a solved case like this over to Detective Hammett can only mean that he will owe you a favor in the future. It never hurts to have a detective in your pocket. Less than 10 minutes after you place your call to Hammett, the warehouse is swarming with cops. Dover is led out in handcuffs. Hammett gives you a small salute as he stuffs Dover into the back of his sedan. As Hammett prepares to drive away with the suspect in tow, your phone rings. You look at the display and know it's an unknown caller. Normally, you'd never answer such a call, but you feel like this might be related to the case somehow. The voice on the other end is unfamiliar, and the message is brief. Turning Dover over to the cops was not the plan. We aren't your enemy. Don't make enemies of us. Stay out of our business and steer clear of us. This is your only warning. You thought you would compromise our plan, but we have certain contingencies for situations like this. The line goes dead. You aren't sure what the caller meant by the message until you see Detective Hammett wave at you as he begins to pull away. His shirt sleeve slides up as he turns the steering wheel to reveal a prison blue tattoo of a shepherd's crook on his bicep. The case has taken far too many strange twists and turns, and this is yet another. You wonder if Robert Dover will ever make it to the police station, or if the shepherds will do their worst to him before the night is through. It's clear they have members in key places for occasions like this one, or perhaps Dover will make it into the system after all, only to receive an orchestrated beating while in county lockup. Only time will tell. What was supposed to be a camping trip with a group of paranormal investigators turned into a hunt for a notorious serial killer. So you uncovered a clandestine group of vigilantes in the process. It's not the first time something like that has happened. At this point, you learn to expect the unexpected. The upside is you caught the fiend. That has to count for something, right? Oh, and you receive the good news that you're now an official member of Stalk now. Mission accomplished. Case closed. You may now open the envelope and obtain your official Stalk membership badge. Okay, so there you have it. We turned him into the police, but we made sure we weren't going to turn him over to the corrupt police, and now it turned out not only that, but he got killed anyway by Stalk. Yeah. Very strange. There were also a number of puzzles that seemed like it weren't explained why they were there. I didn't quite understand. All right, well, not my favorite. This is another 5 boxes, so I'll have to review these 5. This one's not going to fare too well, and I wonder it would be nice to know why this didn't make into the normal rotation, why this was a separate box. some of their standalone boxes have gone over very well. There's a recent one, Wizard of Oz one, Yellow Brick Road, that seems to be highly regarded. I'd be curious what the reviews are for this one. I think also one real missed opportunity here is that most of these games don't involve supernatural stuff, which is how we want them. We don't want them to be supernatural. We want them to be real mysteries to figure out. But it seems like if you're going to make a case that is all about supernatural in the first act, it seems like that's a real miss to not have that as a thread throughout it. Like if you're saying we're going to be in this supernatural world, shouldn't the ghost hunters, the ghost people be front and center? This was very weird how it was Stalk and the ghost hunters so heavily as part of the first half, and then we just left them all behind, went on our own to deal with real people. Okay. Well, I sure am glad I had you guys here with me for this one. Otherwise, it might have really driven me crazy. I'd like to hear if you're watching this after the fact, and this is one of those games where if you played the Unmarked Grave on your own and struggled, you might be curious to see how another group does. So there may be people watching this video who had their own problems with this box and are dying to say, yes, I had the same problem. Or maybe you played it and had no trouble with the directions in the map, and you're going to write a comment saying, something's wrong with Jesse. He couldn't follow the directions. I should say, I am not really a driver. I am not very good with directions, so maybe it's not that surprising that I couldn't follow them. All right. Good game as always. Thanks for joining me. I want to hear your thoughts about this game. Maybe someone can uncover the mystery of this box. What happened? What went wrong? If you can, post a comment, let us know. Otherwise, I'll see you all on the next video.